our country.
We can be Democrats and Republicans, but most Americans are patriots.
For over a decade now, good ideas have emanated from the BPC.
Thank you for convening this very impressive group of thought leaders.
Your organization has brought together leaders from across our society to advocate for common sense solutions to our most challenging problems.
Because if it's bipartisan, it's much more likely to pass.
When you have people philosophically and ideologically in two different worlds and they put them together on a committee, that committee usually is not very productive. Once we get staffs blending, and John and I, they know that the members are friends and we talk, things can happen.
Thank you, Anand, for that introduction, and to the BPC for its important efforts.
Thank the Bipartisan Policy Center. You guys are great.
We all have bipartisan responsibilities to this nation to defend principles that have long made America the beacon of hope.
It's going to take all of us to try to turn down the temperature and really focus on what unites us.
I am thrilled to be here just because what you all are doing in practice, focusing on details, is a spiritual truth of our country.
We can be Democrats and Republicans, but most Americans are patriots.
For over a decade now, good ideas have emanated from the BPC.
Thank you for convening this very impressive group of thought leaders.
Your organization has brought together leaders from across our society to advocate for common sense solutions to our most challenging problems.
Because if it's bipartisan, it's much more likely to pass.
When you have people philosophically and ideologically in two different worlds and they put them together on a committee, that committee usually is not very productive. Once we get staffs blending, and John and I, they know that the members are friends and we talk, things can happen.
Thank you, Anand, for that introduction, and to the BPC for its important efforts.
Thank the Bipartisan Policy Center. You guys are great.
We all have bipartisan responsibilities to this nation to defend principles that have long made America the beacon of hope.
It's going to take all of us to try to turn down the temperature and really focus on what unites us.
Washington. I am Jason Vermey, and I'm really delighted to be here. So, just by way of introduction, those of you who know us know we do a lot of events. Right? We really like to interact with smart, thoughtful, engaged people. And I often get invited to come say some nice things at the beginning. But rarely do I demand the opportunity to address the crowd. Because there are a couple things I really want to let everybody know. The first is how much we appreciate you. This is a personal, organizational, familial statement. Everyone in this room, in some way, small, medium, large, giant, participated and supported our democracy in the last couple of years, but certainly in the last several weeks. This election was extremely important. For 15 years, I have been asserting that there's this magical ballast in our democracy, this kind of superpower, that whenever the country really starts getting together, has always kind of pulled us back together. If I want to go pseudo-intellectual, some of you may be aware of Tocqueville, who about 200 years ago cruised around America and basically said, they're not that smart, they're not that handsome, there's nothing particularly unique about them as a people, but the society has the capacity to make repairable mistakes. So I've been saying that a lot, even more and more over the last few years as I started to believe it less and less. And so it's incredibly gratifying to feel the embers of that power. And that comes from you all and a lot of other folks. But I think that what this election did was started to really vindicate the idea that our democracy does have that kind of resilience. It's lovely to be at an election summit a few weeks after the election and be talking about the future, right? That alone indicates what an incredible accomplishment this was. I was amazed by the grace of concession speeches from people who for months suggested they did not believe in the legitimacy of the process. And so I asked the gang if they could kind of make a sizzle reel of those, because I thought that would be a nice thing to share, and I believe that's underway. So that's my, my first thought to share. The second is just to talk about the importance of this work to the BPC. So when we started this thing about 15 years ago, we had this idea that there were two axes to effective government. One was, good public policy projects, bringing people together who had expertise and interest and passion and strong agreement and disagreement and trying to kind of really forge actionable solutions. And that's always been going great because, people are interested in that. The energy companies, the healthcare companies, the foundations, there's always been a strong interest in our work around those kinds of issues. But we also said, hey guys, there's this other axis called functional government, which is the foundation upon which all of the things you care about rest. And we did this big study, our Commission on Political Reform, 10 years ago, and I got patted on the head by everybody. We would talk to these CEOs, and it was, the three fundamental kind of planks were election reform, congressional reform, and public service, civic engagement. So we wanted to push this thing, because that's what we do, right? We don't just write studies. We wanted to get out there and start to press for these ideas. And so I started talking to CEOs and other folks, and they would say, oh, this is so important, Jason. Just let me know any way I can help. And then I would talk to their heads of, GR and say, look, your CEO said that he'd like to come talk about And they're like, shut up. You think I'm bringing him, my CEO comes to town 3 times a year. You think I'm going to talk about election reform, right? Everyone was a free rider. Everyone was the kind of really glad you're doing this. And that has started to change. It started to change because people got scared. People recognized that their jobs, their capacity, their shareholders actually were not able to just count on somebody else to sustain this fundamental strength of our nation. So that's been terrifying and empowering. We've been working on these issues for a long time. And what we did, just a few months ago was bring all of these different projects together under what we are calling our democracy program. And there's a core around elections, a big congressional piece. We have a new presidential leadership initiative. We work a lot on free expression on campus because we think if you can't figure out how to work across difference in school, you're probably not going to figure it out once you come to Washington. We have a program that brings members of Congress together to spend weekends with each other, just recognizing that one of the biggest absences in our congressional resilience is they don't know each other. And have rolled all that up under the just remarkable, passionate, and substantive leadership of our very own Matt Weil. A number of our team members are here today, and it's just one of the most dynamic teams we have at BPC. So I wanted to thank you, and I wanted to thank our elections team. And I'll make just one more kind of nomination, suggestion, appreciation, and that is that we're only serving caffeinated coffee. I've never had an event before, downstairs and upstairs, so that says something about your character and our expectations for what comes next, because there is no room for complacency, right? The fact that we ran one good election is remarkable, but I think something that everyone in this new room knows is we're looking forwards. And so I thank you for that as well. And Matthew.
Thank you, Jason, for the support of BPC in the democracy issues for all 10 years that I've been at BPC. I really appreciate it. My name is Matthew Weil, and I am the Executive Director of the Democracy Program at the Bipartisan Policy Center. And we believe that a healthy democracy needs three things: transparent and fair processes, trustworthy and accountable institutions, and civic-minded bipartisan leaders. And yet, for the past few years, our electoral processes have been under threat, and they must evolve for the future. Our institutions are failing to inspire trust and respond to the will of the people. And too many leaders are demonizing others and moving away from bipartisanship. We believe that bipartisanship is the cornerstone of a functioning, fair, and lasting democracy, and that's what guides our work on the democracy program. So why are we here today? The challenges and threats we're facing over the next 2 years ahead of the 2024 election are multifaceted. Today is our chance to start confronting those issues. I'll say at the top, it's very nice to see so many people in the room today. Even though I've been in this field for a very long time, I've met over the past 2 days people I've only seen on a screen. So I really enjoy being back, and thank you all for coming and being in this room. I can tell you, I can promise you, you're in for a dynamic and unique experience today. For those who are joining us online, it won't be as cool, I can't promise that, but the conversations will be as good online as they will be in the room. So thank you for joining us online. And I also at the top want to thank the many people that made today and what you're going to experience today possible. I'm absolutely sure that I'm going to forget people, but I'm going to try my best not to. This includes the staff on the Elections Project, which is led by Rachel Ori, and we have Grace Gordon. We have the Structural Democracy Project, led by Michael Thorning. We have our Digital Democracy Project, which is run by Collier Finekes and Katie Harbath. Alejandro, who works across all of our teams and keeps us moving in the right direction, has been key. Our BPC Comms team, our BPC Events team have all made today very possible. So I thank them all. My job right now is to walk you through quickly what we're about to hear. So we have 5 panels. The first one is about federal election reform in 2023, where we'll discuss what appetite Congress might have for election reform in a divided Congress. The panel after focuses on threats to democracy, election infrastructure, and against election officials. And right before lunch, we're going to have recapping election administration in the 2022 midterm elections. Our lunch, logistics, will be one floor down where you had breakfast. And during lunch, we encourage you, of course, to meet and sit with people you don't know and talk to them. But we also have, sponsored by the MIT Election Data Science Lab, a poster session. And we really encourage you to go around the room and learn about this new and exciting emerging research in the field. After lunch, when you're well fed and caffeinated, we'll come back up here. I think that'll begin exactly at 1:30, talking about election reform in the states. Following that, we will have a panel about election information and content moderation, especially what we need to know ahead of the 2024 elections. And we're going to finish up strong and very current with a panel on the independent state legislatures doctrine, which is being discussed or being argued in front of the Supreme Court tomorrow. I'm also supposed to urge you to use Countable. So around the room, downstairs, you've seen QR codes. Countable is a way to share links from your organization with other people who are at this conference. So I encourage you to find one of those QR codes, go to that website, and engage with us throughout the day. I want to just thank our sponsors for today, States United, the MIT Election Data Science Lab, and the Election Performance Project at Pew. And with that, I'm going to call up our first panel, which, I'm sorry, you're going to have to hear from me again.
native Washingtonian, I'm proud of everyone who came out in this weather, not only because it's cold and rainy, but because everyone knows people in Washington panic when water falls from the sky. So thank you for making it here. We appreciate you so much. Welcome to the first panel. We are looking at federal elections reform, and it is my great privilege to introduce you to our very distinguished guests here tonight who will be talking with us today. I need to get in the right time zone. First, you see next to me Monica Holman Evans. She's the executive director of the DC Board of Elections, previously served as the director of grants management at the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, and she's also worked in senior position at the Department of Health and Human Services and at AmeriCorps. Thank you for joining us, Monica. Next to her, we have Elise Workus, legislative director at Issue 1, a leading cross-party advocacy organization in DC working to protect U.S. elections and strengthen our political system. Most recently, and this will come up, she has led Issue 1's work to update the Electoral Count Act, something I know this room is well familiar with, win federal election funding for states and localities, and pass stronger protection for our elections and our election workers. Then we see next to her Matt Germer. He's resident elections fellow for the governance program at the R Street Institute. Before joining R Street, Matt was a policy counsel at the Washington State House of Representatives. Let's hear it for our state legislatures. He has a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of California, Los Angeles, and a JD from the University of California, Irvine School of Law. And you have already heard from Matt Weil, the executive director of this whole show, the Bipartisan Policy Center, their election project. Prior to joining BPC, he worked in the Department of Treasury in the Office of Public Affairs. He's also served as a research and policy analyst at the U.S. Elections Assistance Commission and as a research assistant at the American Enterprise Institute. So thank you to all of you. Now, one thing I want to make sure everyone knows, we need your participation in this as well. So we will be taking your questions. There will be a point where we will have microphones for you to participate. Those who are watching online, please go on Twitter and submit your questions. You can do that with hashtag ElectionsSummit22, or if you're in the YouTube chat, on the right side of the screen, you should be able to submit your questions. So we are eager to get your questions. This is for you. You are part of the conversation. So thank you for joining us. First, I want to start, there's a lot that we will be discussing over this summit. But when I think of federal elections reform, I think of elections in general and democracy as a fabric, right, for this country. And if you look at our elections as a fabric, the federal piece and the Constitution itself are really the one thread that weaves it all together. That's why it's so important that we talk about this. And as many of you may know, the federal government's budget is 3 to 4 times larger than all of the states combined. So not just in policy, but also in dollars does the federal government have a lot of power. One issue with this, though, is there's very little tracking of that money. There's very little tracking of comparing what states are doing versus what the federal government is doing. So all of these are things we'll be talking about today. And Monica, I want to start with you. You are right in the middle of trying to keep this election infrastructure safe and solid in a turbulent, very turbulent political time. And I want to ask you right off the bat, how you think our elections infrastructure stands from a federal point of view. What are your needs from the federal government in terms of reform and dollars for you to help keep your system working?
Thank you, and good morning. I see a lot of familiar faces. I just want to acknowledge that. Funding, you said it, right out the gate, that is so very important. When I look at our budget, our local budget is only about $12 million a year. And $9 million of that really goes to personnel services. And so when you have $3 million, and it essentially costs us between $4 and $5 million just to cover the bare necessity with any election. And
you've got primaries, you've got generals.
We have primaries, we have general elections, and the way we operate in DC, we have an election every fiscal year, the way our fiscal year falls, October through September. So every year we are funding an election, and people think we work 1 day a year, 2 days a year, and as we know, that is not the case. And we're dealing with emerging technology. We're dealing with aging equipment. We're dealing with new legislation. In the District of Columbia, the Elections Modernization Amendment Act just passed, which puts a lot of additional responsibilities on our agency. And it is so important that we not have unfunded mandates. And so we need federal dollars to exist. I don't know what we would have done without federal dollars in 2020, particularly when we had to pivot and reimagine the election. But we did, and we made it happen. And that's what I say across the board. Election officials make it happen.
Do you feel like you have a consistent flow of funds from the federal government? I think everyone knows the answer to that question, but let me ask you.
Unfortunately, no. And, you know, we you know, at the mercy of Congress. And we are experiencing and enjoy a wonderful partnership with the Election Assistance Commission, but they don't appropriate the funds. And so it is challenging not knowing what we're going to get and when we're going to get it. And that's also something we try to get our local legislature to understand, that, you know, we don't know. So they say, oh, well, you get HAVA money, you'll get CARES money. Not necessarily. And if we do, we don't know that we'll get it in time to administer an election.
I'm going to throw this open to the rest of you then. Let's talk about then, we're going to come back to this idea of divided government. We'll talk about reforms like the Electoral Count Act and the lame duck, but funding in a divided government is the one thing that we do expect Congress to do. Hopefully. I want to ask you all the chances, what you think are the chances for more elections funding, whether that be security workers, infrastructure coming up. I know, for example, you talk about election as critical infrastructure. How do you see what's happening in funding in 2023 from the federal point of view for elections, please?
Well, thank you for that question, Lisa, and thank you to BPC for hosting us here today. Elections have been designated as critical infrastructure for the past few years. I think people forget that. I think there's a lot of folks inside the Beltway who assume that elections have always, they know elections have always been funded at the state and local level and just assume that it can stay that way. And we are in a whole new ballgame now. We've seen that year over year, election officials still held a very safe and secure election in 2020 only because of the emergency funding that Congress was able to allocate to them. This is an emergency. We need to start thinking about elections as a year-over-year expense, the way we talk about highways and hospitals. That's how we need to start thinking about elections, is my view. And we have a lot of work to do to keep connecting election officials like you, Monica, to their lawmakers in Washington. I think the lawmakers in both chambers that are on the relevant committees that deal with elections issues are very familiar with these ideas and the urgency and the needs, and those that are not are kind of left out of the conversation. And that is, part of my job in the new Congress, and we have our work cut out for us, but it's time to start making some year-over-year funding available.
Matt, yeah.
So I think that's a great point. So again, thank you for having me here, and thank you BPC for putting this event together. This is an important topic, and I'm glad it gets a whole day. When it comes to federal funding, previous speakers have mentioned how important it is, and as Elise said, it's not something that should only be thought of every 2 years or every 4 years, and unfortunately it is, particularly by, I think, most Americans who don't really engage with elections except for on those intervals. Looking forward to this 2023 funding cycle, we will get to the, as you mentioned, to the divisions in Congress, so I won't belabor that point too much, but
feel free.
I'm not.
Okay. It's going to matter on funding, right?
It will. And I'm not terribly optimistic about the ability for this new Congress to do much. We were joking downstairs earlier about what the worst take that I could sit up here and offer for the audience, and I think saying something along the lines of this will be the most effective and well-run Congress in generations might be up there. And I think really those divides are going to play an important role, especially when it comes to funding. There might be some high-level agreement on principles. There may even be some agreement on, we should take election security seriously and ensure that we fund that, and we should make sure we've got high-quality voting machines that are being used across the country. That level of principle may share some agreement, but the devil will be in the details. And really, as it always does, it comes down to not just agreement on principles, but how to prioritize those principles, and from there, how to allocate the funds. I would love if we can find that bipartisan agreement in the new Congress. I suppose it remains to be seen.
Well, one of my questions here about this area is that elections is something that every member of Congress, no matter what party, no matter what sort of stripe they wear for their party, they need that. Their officials need this money. So help us understand why it still feels like there is not an imperative, and why, to put it bluntly, it's such a partisan issue. Putting this, national parks, for example, that funding, sometimes gets questioned, always gets funded. They're in most every district, but this is something everyone needs, and somehow it's so political.
Well, I think it's important first to note that every member of Congress won their election.
Yeah.
So they're comfortable with how it happened last time.
There's one we're still waiting on.
Well,
But
sure.
I think she's gonna
When they get
it.
there,
Yeah.
they will have won, right? And so I think that's one issue. I just want to put a finer point on the consistency argument that Monica was making. We have had federal appropriations for elections occasionally. 2020, we had one right before the pandemic, and then we had the CARES Act. We had 2018. We seem to get them in the federal election years. That's late for a local election official to do anything with that money. If people actually want the money to be spent efficiently, and I think one of the biggest complaints about our federal money that gets appropriated is that it's not going to the things we want it to be spent on. That's what Congress complains about. They're not giving enough time to do that, right? I mean, Monica has to deal with the local purchasing agreements, and I can't imagine what you have to go through to get things bought in a city or any county in this country. The timelines don't work for money appropriated in the year of the election. So if we had it every year, that wouldn't be as big a problem.
Yeah. And one thing I would just like to say, elections are partisan. Election administration is not. Our elections are run with integrity, they are secure, and I am confident in the outcome of our elections. And that's not new. We have processes in place, we have systems in place, we conduct logic and accuracy testing, and one of the things we always do, we invite people to come in and see what we do. You see it, and you have more trust in it, because people are listening to sound bites, people are listening to the media, people are not visiting their elections offices, they're not talking to election officials, and I think that would really help to clarify the conversation a little bit.
Over all of this, is still there's the question of, will there be more funding, which you were talking about? If there is funding, some ideas that have been attached to that, including in a really interesting January paper from the Bipartisan Policy Center, is what could there be bipartisan agreement on what you do that's a reform that perhaps that's attached to some kind of funding. Matt, can you talk about those ideas, what you think is possible, and then how do you look at the idea of asking states to do certain things, perhaps on security or other voter issues, while not pushing unfunded mandates that the states don't want?
First of all, I should give some credit to our co-authors on that report, which Matt and Elise were certainly they were part of that report as well.
Forgive me.
I think the idea was when we started that report, we saw what's happening in Congress. The Democrats clearly made a priority of election administration in the 117th Congress, but we didn't really think that was going to pass, at least not as it was. And so we tried to figure out what were the minimum standards that may be agreeable and room for compromise across the different priorities of the parties. And so,
what is possible, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So changing some certain deadlines for when things have to be returned, expanding the ballot drop box options. Federal funding was one of them. But I think that there are a series or a set of federal policy options that could get a fair hearing and have some life if the two parties can get past, frankly, stale talking points. I mean, when you talk to people on the Hill, often we're fighting the battles of 10, 12 years ago over voter ID, or a lot of these things have been resolved. We know how to do some of these things now in a better way, but it's hard to get to that real conversation.
Like, what are we talking about here?
I don't want to steal all of it.
Yeah.
So I can jump in if you want. So one of the ideas that was brought forward in that report that I think still resonates with me now is how many different talking points among Republicans and Democrats about things they wanted to see done in our elections work well together, and yet nobody was really drawing those lines to tying them together. So one example I think of is a number of Republicans whose one of their primary sources or areas of focus for electoral reform is cleaning up the voter rolls. They want to make sure that registration is accurate. How well and almost necessary that is for folks whose priority might be expanding mail-in voting. And we had a number of jurisdictions during the pandemic that sent ballots out affirmatively to voters, even if they hadn't necessarily asked for one. That works best when you've got clean and accurate voter rolls. And one way to help ensure clean and accurate voter rolls might be ideas like motor voter, and ensuring that when folks come into contact with state and local agencies, that their home address and contact information is updated. That has been something that a lot of Republicans have been concerned with at various points in time, but it helps to lead to more accurate voter registration lists. And so again, these things can work together quite well if we recognize that that they do. And I guess I'll also note how much of this is really based on, as the other Matt referred to, stale talking points. You know, I look at it almost like there are a number of election myths that are out there that folks still think hold true, that turnout is inherently good for Democrats. And so any reform idea that would make it easier for folks to vote, that would reduce the bureaucracy and cut red tape, would be beneficial to Democrats. But that isn't borne out empirically. And yet that seems to drive a lot of the reaction, at least on the right, to various electoral ideas, and in large experience on the left as well. That there's a feeling that if all we did was increase turnout, we'd win a re-election. I think getting past a lot of those myths would help to set aside, get rid of some of the partisan feel of various reform ideas. I personally would love if we got to a place where we looked at elections as being one of the many places where citizens come in contact with their government. We have a handful of government services that just about everyone touches, whether it's schools, law enforcement, fire and EMS services. Elections are one of those. It's a necessary government service. Everyone comes in contact with it. And if we took a more customer service approach toward that, how do we make it easier for voters to engage, less frustrating, and have fewer restrictions that don't really serve a purpose except to frustrate voters? And a lot of those ideas were brought up in this report.
Yeah, and that report feels like eons ago. It was January of this year, and apologize, a little tickle in my throat. What I will say is the 14 recommendations that are outlined in that report are endorsed by bipartisan sets of election officials from all over the country. Big counties, small counties, big jurisdictions, smaller jurisdictions. And these ideas are not controversial at the local level, and they're embraced by Republicans, Democrats, and independents, like Monica here, who are working to administer elections in a nonpartisan way every day because they believe in the great experiment of this country. And it's our job to bring that and take the politics out of elections at the federal level. It's not going to be easy. It was not easy when Democrats controlled everything. It's going to be even harder in divided government, but that is really our task.
Let's talk about lame duck. All right. I'm watching my phone because I have sources texting me now about whether there will be a defense authorization bill. Will government be funded? Everyone's trying to get everything in these last kind of cars that are seen to be leaving the station. And Elise, I want to ask you, the Electoral Count Act is big on the watch list right now. It seemed, from my experience, even 4 months ago, it seemed like the bipartisan senators who worked on this had created a very clear plan to getting this across the finish line. It was supposed to happen now. Yet here we are, and there's a question mark. Where do you think we are with the Electoral Count Act? How important is it that it be passed now, from your point of view? Will there be another opportunity next Congress or no?
Thank you for that question. I'm also waiting, looking on Twitter, connecting with contacts every day to see what the latest is on the NDAA and the omnibus. It is absolutely essential that we get a bipartisan update to the Electoral Count Act passed before the end of the year. The idea that we are going to pass this and it's going to be a robust bill even closer to the next presidential election is not a risk I'm personally comfortable taking. Issue one.
You call it a long shot?
Yeah.
Yes.
Issue one and our partners, and I see some partners here today, started working on the Electoral Count Act just weeks after the January 6th insurrection. So this means a lot to the advocates who've been working on it, and obviously means a lot to election reform too. I think what I want to take a step back and acknowledge for a second is how remarkable the bipartisan cooperation and the deliberation around the Electoral Count Act has been in both chambers, but especially the Senate. You know, Senator Klobuchar and Senator King were leading their own bill for a while. They've done a lot of work on this, but especially Senator Collins and Senator Manchin. They started a working group on this. They brought Republicans and Democrats together at a time. That was just the 1-year anniversary, basically, of January 6th. In January of this year, they worked for 6+ months on a variety of election issues, including ECA and protections for election officials. And I really think that this ECA working group is the proof of concept for election reform in the future. We need to replicate this. We need to understand what worked and how they came up with such a strong, robust, bipartisan final product. And that's what gives me hope for election reform in the future, is I think there's a lot of members who put the weapons down momentarily and came together around elections when the country needed it most. And I'm really hopeful we can get this done, but it's not done yet. So
we're watching our watches. I want to remind everyone, get your questions ready. We're going to spend just a few more minutes with the panel, and then we want to hear what you want to know. And of course, send us your questions on any number of social media sites that the BPC is all over, including Twitter, where you can use the hashtag ElectionsSummit22, or in the YouTube chat. I'm told that is on the right side of your screen. Lame duck. What else? To the two Matthews there at the end. What are you watching? Could there be, I don't know, cybersecurity ends up in some kind of deal? Is there is so much. This is that moment where there are just bills flying into my inbox that I had not thought about in months that suddenly are getting back in the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best chance we have for federal funding over the next 2 years is the next month. I don't think, as Matt said.
Can you say that again? That was so important.
Yeah, I mean, the federal funding, if we're going to get it ahead of the 24 presidential election, the time is now, right? And so we're hoping, we think it's a strong moment, but this is one of those things that if Congress doesn't act by the end of the year, it's hard to see how we get federal funding, especially in time that it could actually impact the 24 election. So that's the one other thing, I think, outside of the Electoral Count Act, that's doable in the next 4 weeks.
Jim?
I think that's right. And I think to reflect on really what both Elisa and Matt have said, not only are we seeing a Congress running out of time based on who is in charge at the moment of the various committees and chambers, but also the member turnover that I think plays a key role here, because there are members who have been working on these issues now for years who are signing off. And it's important, I think, to them to do the best that they can in this next month to get it done. Maybe my theme for my contribution on this panel is it will remain to be seen since we have seen things come through this Congress, which I think is worth noting. This has not been a Congress that sat on its hands at every opportunity, and they've got one last go.
All right, questions from the audience. Is there anyone? I think we have microphones that should be ready. Anyone who would like to ask a question, if you just want to raise your hand or stand up. There may not be any because we've covered this issue so well so far. All right, I'll keep considering if you have questions. There's a microphone in the back. All right, I'm counting on you guys to come up with some questions. I know that you have them. I want to ask you, Monica, in a moment like this, what is your ability to tell members of Congress what you need? And what is your understanding of the ways in which they listen? Obviously, these members of Congress are juggling a lot. And I'm asking this in a nonpartisan way. But in terms of that very critical communication from local and state officials to them, bring us into how that conversation works from your end. Do you feel like it's easy to let them know what you need? Is it difficult? Beyond your own member, who I know obviously is a big advocate for you.
Yes, I think the first step is helping people understand what we do. And I think there is a lot of misinformation about what happens in an elections office and what we do to ensure elections are run with integrity. And so after that conversation, and there's a meeting of the minds with that, I think the big things for me, we keep getting unfunded mandates. And they want us to do more with less. And
sort of like a magic wand. Go.
Yeah, and You said, I always tell people in my office, they think election officials have magic wands because we just make it happen. But we do make it happen, and that's kind of a double-edged sword. We make it happen, and when they see you make it happen, they tend to ignore some of the pleas for additional funding. But we need staffing. We have aging equipment. We have aging infrastructure. There is emerging technology. Even now with mail ballots getting more popularity as a result of the 2020 election cycle, there are things that we need to put in place. We need to stand up a mail ballot processing center. We need to have the space to do that. We need the bodies to do that. Our office is 60 FTEs.
How is the morale for those workers right now?
And I will say this because I say it often, we have the best election staff ever.
There might be someone.
My apologies to anyone in the audience who may disagree with me. But, we sacrifice to make it happen. And, one of the things I say, we're human. We have the same calamities and the same family issues that everyone else has. Unfortunately, we have to work through it. And so there's no real appreciation for the fact that, we're coming down with COVID. Our family members are coming down with COVID. Our family members are passing away. We have life events that we're dealing with in the midst of making sure all of the trains run on time. But if people could just really look at offices and look at what we are charged to do, how we are not funded to do everything we're charged to do, and really see the efforts and what we have in place to ensure elections are run with integrity and that election results are accurate and they can just kind of see what we go through. I think, I speak to that all the time. It's like, come, visit. I welcome the opportunity to talk to people. I've become an elections nerd, so.
We love election nerds here. We've got an online question, but Matt, would you?
I just want to mention that more succinctly, because I think what Monica just said is very important. There's a lot of election officials, former or current, in the room, many more online. I think there's a new willingness over the past 5 or 6 years for election officials to do what Monica does, to talk to policymakers, either talk to the policymakers at their county level, go to their state legislatures, or go to the federal legislature. I mean, there were many problems with the bills in Congress this cycle, but the Congress did bring in the voice of election officials. It's kind of crazy that for many years we've done policymaking, legislating about elections, and we just didn't talk to the election officials to see how those policies might actually impact voters. I think it's not crazy when we see some parts of the process break because they were never going to work appropriately, and who could have told us that? The election officials. And so the need for the election officials, both in this room, although the ones who are in this room right now are very vocal, so I think they don't need encouragement, but the ones who are watching online, you have to get in front of those policymakers, and you have to be your own best advocate and the advocate for your constituents.
I think we have about 10 minutes left, so I want to squeeze in as many questions as we have. Just catch my eye. I'll try and scan the crowd if anyone has questions. But we do have some from online. Oh, I see one over there. I'll come right to you after this online question, which is, what do you think the physical security needs for election workers will be going into 2024 since the midterms were relatively calm? I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that. Anyone?
Well,
I see Matt, go ahead, Monica.
Fortunately, I'm in a jurisdiction where we have not had a lot of concerns with physical safety, but threats have been made. And some of it is because people don't understand the role of DC Board of Elections. Somehow, some people think we're housed in the District of Columbia, so somehow we have some impact on elections in other parts of the country. And they'll call up and say, they're doing this in Oregon, you need to do something about it. And it's like, no, that's not how that works. So, and so there have been some concerns with, some threats, and even with some people we had on General Election Day tried to gain access to our office.
Really?
So, but nothing major. We have not gotten to a place where we need 24-hour security like some of our election officials. And my heart goes out to those people, not just for the election officials, but for their families. So fortunately, we did not see a lot of the violence we were anticipating and that we prepared for with the 2022 midterm. But as seeds are planted and people, focus on a presidential election, which tends to be more on the radar screen, and all eyes there. So we'll see.
Let's go to the audience. I think we have a question there. Great. And if you could introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm Evan, a data analyst from the RNC, and I just want to ask, why is federal funding of elections so essential when the states are making it happen and we have had, safe and secure elections? Thank you.
Good question. Yeah, I see.
I'm happy to tackle at least the first
Thank you.
On that question. So I think that is a great question, and it's something that we started to talk a little bit about at the very beginning of this panel, which is the role of the federal government in elections, particularly when it comes to funding. And as we've heard, we've got local governments that often feel like they are under pressure from unfunded mandates, and a lot of those mandates, DC being a little bit different, are coming from the states, who are putting forward changes in law at the state level, or for records requests, which is another line item for a lot of local governments that are increasing their costs, and they can't say no to records requests. They have to respond to them. Part of the reason for federal involvement, well, there's a few reasons. One, these elections include federal office, so I think there is at least a level of tie-in for federal involvement on that front. Second, I will note as well, we do have federal election requirements in law already, and some of that was brought together with funding, whether it was HAVA in the past. The NVRA is another set of requirements on states, and the way that we have funded elections federally in the past has been so piecemeal and inconsistent that it's been hard to spend the money effectively. It's not reliable, but if the federal government, which has historically funded elections, continue to do it, but to do it in a way where the local and state governments could rely upon that money, I think it would make a dramatic difference. And then the last reason that comes to mind, at least immediately, is the role of the federal government in cybersecurity and foreign affairs. We knew in 2020 that foreign actors were attempting to involve themselves in our election, whether that was through the sending of memes and things, which I don't think is really the primary source of concern. Not to say it's not important, but just that we also saw and know that foreign actors were trying to get into databases and impact our elections in a more surreptitious way. And that really brings in the federal government's responsibility as our national security was at stake.
Okay. I just want to underscore the cybersecurity point that you made. The idea that we're going to let local counties deal with Russia and Iran by themselves with their cybersecurity infrastructure is, in my view, no way to run a railroad. And we need to have their backs on that. And there needs to be oversight of the money. There needs to be transparency about the money. But we're in a whole new world when it comes to cybersecurity, and our elections are not immune. We've thankfully made it through the past 2 presidential elections. And big credit to the agencies and the professionals involved in making that happen, and the election officials on the ground using best cyber practices. But yeah, I think we cannot leave the cybersecurity piece behind in 2023.
Let me do another scan for any questions in the audience. No, just we had one. Oh, they're in the back. There we go. Or there's one here, one here. There we go. And then one in the back too later. Thank you.
Right. Hi, everyone. So my name is Jaden Klubeck, and I'm from the Milken Center for Advancing the American Dream. And this is kind of referring to the call that was referenced from Oregon calling DC, which is, how can we better educate the public about how elections work?
And there's an online question that's similar to this, which is, how can people who are skeptical of the election process get involved to learn more about election integrity?
Well, one of the things we really try to do in the District of Columbia, I believe in transparency. We do not operate in a vacuum. When we make decisions, we post them on the website before final decisions are made, even when that's just the location of our vote centers. And so when people see that we're trying to be transparent, that creates a little crack in the armor. But then when you continue to invite people in, people didn't understand why it was taking so long to post results for mail ballots. When you get over 30,000 ballots on the final day of the election, they don't magically get counted. And then we have 100% signature verification. Invite people in, show them what happens. They go, oh gosh, you do all this? We're surprised you got it up when you did. So sometimes it's just helping people get an appreciation for everything. And for us, we absolutely invite people in. I love to talk to people. We give tours of our office. And then we try to educate at a young age. We have a very robust program where we're going into the high schools And even with the young kids, we invite them in, show them our whole voting operation. They get to vote on actual voting equipment with a made-up ballot that has interests that are important to them. And I got feedback after Election Day when parents called up and they said, when I took my kid to vote with me, they said, oh, I know how to do this. I've already voted on this equipment. And when you start young and you start planting those seeds and you know what goes on behind, Election Day, that helps. And so, there are a lot of different ways. And then just, educating the voters. We have a very robust voter education and outreach division. And, we work with churches, civic associations. And it's, it's not a one-size-fit-all. We, try to address it in a number of different ways. But at the end of the day, I always say when you look at problems and resolving those problems, communication is typically somewhere at the root of every challenge you experience.
Matt.
I mean, the absolute best way to educate the public about elections is to read the great work coming out of the Bipartisan Policy Center's Elections Project. That's the best way. Second best, all of my colleagues on the stage as well and in the room. But I think the real answer is be a part of the process. I don't know how many people in this room got into the field because they were poll worker once. That's how I got into the field. I mean, when you see the process up close and personal and you are actually serving voters, that's a very different experience. And I do think that's the best way to dispel some of the crazier myths out there.
And we'll take our last question from the back. I saw someone earlier in that back corner. There's someone. Great.
Hi, my name's Paige Malario. I'm from the National Association of Counties. Wanted to ask a question about funding for counties. Obviously, it's much easier for the EAC to manage and administer grants to the 50 states instead of all nearly 3,100 counties. But we've seen some proposals, namely House report language, directing states to allocate a specific amount of their funding down to counties. What is the federal appetite for that, and what can counties do other than working with their state election offices?
Who can speak to this? Counties? Anybody? Any ideas?
I'm happy to jump in. This, I think, goes back to a point that I made earlier, and I feel like such a downer in this panel, but I think even if there's an appetite at the federal level for election funding, direct allocation to counties is a difficult point. There are so many players in this field, whether it is the federal government, state governments, and local county governments that all play a role in funding elections and all generally want to point fingers at each other and say, you are the ones who need to fund this more. I can understand the rationale for going directly to the counties, but it gets back to a point I made earlier that I think even if there is an appetite for election funding, the devil's in the details. And for a lot of federal elected officials and state elected officials, I think they'd be very frustrated with the states being cut out of that process. So I am not optimistic that something like that would pass, though I still continue to believe that one of the best routes for counties to make sure that they're not saddled with unfunded mandates is to do what you've been doing very well. I come from a background of state legislative activity myself. We knew our counties, and we knew our county associations, and we knew the drumbeat of unfunded mandates at every bill that was brought forward, and didn't always work, but that message does resonate. The state legislators know, and to keep up those efforts.
Well, I want to thank you all for listening to this first panel. Among my takeaways here, I think it's no surprise this moment right now is critical for elections going forward, what Congress does when we talk about the federal government power, federal government decisions. You are in Washington at an incredibly important time. The next few weeks will be critical. And then going ahead, what I heard too is the opportunity for education remains immense for both lawmakers and for regular citizens. So thank you all for listening. Thank you for your great questions. And I have to thank Monica Evans, Elise Workus, Matt Shermer, and of course, Matt Weil. Thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of the summer.
If you could start finding your seats again. If you can find your seats, please. Thank you. I know everyone here wants to talk to everybody else here, but we're going to start the second panel in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right, now you have 1 minute. We're going to start this panel in 1 minute. All right, here comes panel number 2. Here comes panel number 2. Been hearing a lot.
Hey everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next panel. I'm going to ask that if we can take our seats. Thank you.
Great. I think, can we get started? Yeah. Well, thank you all. We're really excited about our second panel with our distinguished speakers this morning. It's my pleasure to start us off on this session where we'll be considering threats to democracy, election infrastructure, and election officials. We had a little bit of discussion about this earlier on the first panel, and so I'm really looking forward to developing out the conversation much more. So first, my name is Ranjana Natarajan. I'm going to be moderating this panel. I'm going to give a quick introduction of all of our terrific panelists, and then we're going to start off a conversation and go from there. And then we'll try to save some time at the end for audience questions as well, just as with the last panel. So let me introduce my speakers. To my immediate right is Secretary Jena Griswold from the great state of Colorado. Secretary Griswold is the 39th Colorado Secretary of State. She is just the 10th woman to be elected to constitutional statewide office in state history and is the youngest elected Secretary of State in the United States. Prior to being elected Secretary Griswold practiced international anti-corruption law and worked as a voter protection attorney. She also served as the director of the Governor of Colorado's DC office, advocating on behalf of Coloradans in DC. She's overseen 6 statewide elections, and during that time, her office has launched a statewide system so every voter can track their ballot, increased mail ballot drop boxes by 65%, and passed automatic voter registration, registering more than 350,000 eligible Coloradans. Under her leadership, Colorado has been recognized as a trailblazer when it comes to voter access and election security, making it a gold standard among the states. To her right is Mary McCord. Mary is the executive director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection, or ICAP, and a visiting professor at Georgetown University Law Center. Prior to that, Mary was the acting Assistant Attorney General for National Security at the U.S. Department of Justice for 2016-2017, and the Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General for National Security from 2014 to 2016. She was an Assistant U.S. Attorney for nearly 20 years here at the U.S. Attorney's Office in the District of Columbia. Welcome, Mary. To Mary's right is Rachel Ori. Rachel is the Associate Director of the Bipartisan Policy Center Elections Project. They focus on policy development and state and federal advocacy relating to elections administration. Prior to this, they supported research of the Brookings Institution's Governance Studies program on elections and a wide variety of other matters. And finally, to their right is Noah Prates. Noah is a co-founder of the Elections Group, where he consults with state and local election officials, as well as the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency that we know as CISA. Previously, he ran elections in Cook County, Illinois, where for 20 years, he was responsible for election administration in one of the largest election jurisdictions in the country. He's also an adjunct professor at DePaul University College of Law, teaching election law, and a part-time lecturer at the University of Chicago, where he teaches cyber policy. We have a lot of underachievers on the panel today. I am with the States United Democracy Center. We support pro-democracy state and local officials around the country to safeguard our democracy. We provide legal, research, communications, and other support to state officials. And in addition to election protection, we work on countering disinformation and preventing political violence, and finally, making sure that democracy violators are held accountable. Thank you all for joining us this morning. So I think I'd like to start us off with maybe picking up from what we just discussed in the first panel. We had threats-wise and intimidation-wise and violence-wise, we had a relatively safe election, thank goodness. Many of us in this room and elsewhere around the country worked very hard to get to that point. That being said, we know that threats still exist and the threat landscape is getting more intense as we head toward the presidential election in 2024. So let's start with talking about some of the strategies that worked, some of the things we saw on the ground, and some lessons learned as we move forward. Mary, can I start with you?
Sure. So I think many of us did breathe something of a sigh of relief that we did not see more violence, intimidation, threats, harassment on Election Day, and certainly after Election Day when the ballots were being counted. And I think there's several things that contribute to this. One, is I think the power of the litigation that was brought before Election Day to challenge voter intimidation efforts at ballot drop boxes. We saw this in Arizona in particular, where there were court cases brought challenging the initiative of the Clean Elections group to have surveillance of ballot drop boxes, and this was done in a way that was very intimidating to those who were seeking to use those drop boxes. It involved video surveillance, it involved armed individuals coming and staking out the ballot drop boxes. The judge in that case did ultimately issue an injunction preventing this type of intimidation and preventing anyone from being armed within 250 feet of a ballot drop box. I think that litigation right before the election sort of sent this message, right? Like, there are people watching and taking really serious efforts to intimidate. I think it's also important that DOJ was in the House. DOJ filed, unlike in 2020, DOJ filed a persuasive brief in one of those cases in Arizona and made clear it was sending out more election observers than it had in past years. And I think that it was significant. We also saw efforts elsewhere. Seattle, for example, took down misleading signage outside ballot drop boxes, signage that falsely said the drop boxes were under surveillance, that it would be a felony to deposit more a ballot beyond your own, when in Washington state it is not illegal to deposit ballots for others. It's not illegal under US law. So I think sort of those efforts were important. That's one thing. Another thing is I think that the media and so many people in this room did a good job, maybe even a better job this year than in 2020 in really getting the word out about what the law is. Many organizations, such as my own at ICAP, States United, and others, put out a lot of guidance, right? A lot of guidance about, armed paramilitary groups are not lawful in any state, and they have no authority to go guard polling places against voter fraud, put out guidance about voter intimidation, what it is. Threats are unlawful in every state. That kind of word got out, and the media reported about these things. I think that meant many things. That meant members of the public were more aware of their rights, more aware of what was legal and not legal, and more inclined to report things that they felt were intimidating and harassing. It meant law enforcement also had a better understanding of the law. And groups like the U.S. Conference of Mayors, major city chiefs, and other organizations of law enforcement and public officials brought people like me and others to speak about the laws and really give them that sort of legal backup they needed to feel confident going out there and making public statements in advance of the election that things wouldn't be tolerated. Many people like Larry Krasner, the elected district attorney in Philadelphia, had a press conference before the election and said, we're going to be on the lookout for voter intimidation and we will prosecute it. And we have a whole staff of attorneys to do that. And then the last thing I'll mention, there are other factors that I'm sure others will mention, is, most of the election deniers for the statewide offices and federal congressional offices, most lost and most actually conceded. And I cannot tell you how significant I think that is, because even though we still have Kari Lake in Arizona who's contesting the election, and even though many election deniers won at the lower levels, like state legislative levels and things like that, which is a whole nother issue we can talk about because that presents a threat going forward. But at that statewide level, many lost and they conceded. And I work with a lot of researchers who monitor the online extremist environment. And even though there was lots of agitation and talk about violence and taking things into their own hands, they were really waiting for like a directive in many ways. And I think, former President Trump tried a few times. He said like protest, and he did some things like that. But he never, he did not have people in so many different states also calling for some type of people taking things into their own hands. And that was in many ways, I think, because people actually conceded. So I don't think we're in the clear there, but I think that was very, very important. And Trump not having the same reach as he did in 2020. I mean, even though I know Elon Musk has allowed him back on Twitter, so far he hasn't gone back on Twitter, and that happened after the election at any rate. So we'll see, and we'll talk more about going forward.
Thanks, Mary. Secretary Griswold, from your vantage point in office, perhaps you can give us some perspective on this election and the threats we've seen.
Sure. And I think there's two things. First off, thank you to you and many people in this room. Just a month ago, I think a lot of us understood that the United States could largely lose democracy. There were election deniers running in Michigan, Minnesota, New Mexico. Maggie Toulouse-Oliver, Secretary of State of New Mexico, is here. Not the election denier. There was election deniers running in Nevada, in Arizona. And I think, number one, the thing that should be celebrated is that American voters care deeply about this country. They understand the stakes. And we beat election deniers running for Secretary of State in every battleground state in the United States. And that's something we should all just highly commend, because this panel would look very differently had we have lost those races. And some of them, frankly, were close. Nevada was very close. We saw in many states the Secretary of State candidate run above where the gubernatorial and other top of the tickets were. Again, shows Americans care about democracy. I grew up in a cabin in rural Colorado with an outhouse outside on food stamps. And I think going into the last election, a lot of the national pundits were saying, Americans cannot think about the rising cost of inflation, the rising cost of paying your bills and democracy. That is untrue. So we got through 2022, but we're here to talk because we know that the attack on democracy is not over. The former president, one of the leading political leaders in this country, one of the leading political leaders in the Republican Party, just said we should terminate the Constitution. We have been under a coordinated effort to dismantle democracy for elections over the last several years, to say the least. It includes the voter suppression bills that have passed across the nation. It includes threats to election infrastructure. For example, I had to address the first insider threat where an elected county clerk actually compromised her own voting equipment trying to prove the big lie. We're seeing threats to election workers. You all know the story. At this point, we have a county working behind bulletproof glass. I have security with me when I'm out in public. We've also seen, of course, I guess I can't say that word today, but the increased political violence, the rhetoric of violence, and it's leading to real effects. So I think, moving forward, we, number one, have to recognize that the attack on democracy is not over. It is very likely to intensify over the next 2 years. We also have to recognize that we can win this battle against those trying to use lies to steal power. This is all about power. And there's several things that we have to do. Number one, states have to strengthen their laws immediately. And I would love to talk about how Colorado has been a leading force on that, whether it's making it a felony to compromise voting equipment. We made it illegal to dox or retaliate against election workers. Just this year, we prohibited open carry within 100 feet of voting or ballot processing. We've also been very aggressive in prosecution in the state of Colorado. We need to strengthen state laws. We need the federal government to step up immediately. And I know there's a bifurcated Congress right now, but there is things that the federal government needs to do. We need to see the DOJ act, because folks are incentivized right now to destroy for their own political gain. And I think it's good to see some of the work that the DOJ has done over the last year. It needs to be strengthened immediately. And number four, we cannot stop talking about democracy. I know this sounds corny, but I actually believe the Washington Post byline, democracy dies in darkness. And we cannot allow ourselves or the American people to just get sick about talking about this continued attack on democracy, because it's going to happen over the next 2 years. We have to beat election deniers. We have to beat threats against democracy to make sure that every eligible person in this country can have their voice heard, and that the people get to choose the President of the United States. That's what all of this is about. And I am so optimistic we're going to get that done over the next 2 years and into the future.
Thank you. Rachel?
Thank you so much. In terms of thinking about the threats that our democracy faced this midterm election, I think that, like many of you, I was preparing for the worst. Everything from widespread certification challenges to outright violence. And I definitely second everything that Mary and Jenna shared about the importance of litigation, of strengthening state laws to prosecute, investigate those threatening or harassing election workers. But for the most part, what I see as a big success was the vigilance and coordination that everyone in this room took part in to make sure that we were as strong as possible going into the midterm election to prevent potential threats. And yet, as we as a nation potentially breathe a sigh of relief, my biggest concern for 2023 is that we do get tired of talking about threats to elections, and we kind of turn a blind eye to our state and local election administrators who have been shouldering American democracy through an incredibly tumultuous period. Ask any kind of state or local election official who has been working for the last couple of years, and their jobs are getting harder, they're getting more complicated, they're coming at the expense of their own personal well-being and at times physical safety. And in terms of what worked to convince voters that this election could be trusted, many election officials were putting in their own personal time and resources, inviting election deniers into their own offices at times at risk of their personal safety, spending more and more of their hours walking voters through the most mundane parts of the election process, trying to show that the election can be trusted in response to these
conspiracy theories that have no basis in reality. I think we all saw the story about Haidar Garcia, a county election official in Texas, who has been spending his days welcoming voters into his office to show them how the process works. Tammy Smith, who is a member of our task force on elections, I believe she's in the room today. She's the county election administrator in Wilson County, Tennessee. Just this week before coming, she held a huge Christmas party for all of her poll workers out of her own pocket, really to embolden or strengthen that kind of civic spirit in her community. And so really we have these folks to thank, but when it's at the expense of their own resources, when they're spending all of their time trying to push back against, conspiracy theories and threats, they have less time to serve voters. So if we don't strengthen our support at the state and federal level through increased resources, we run the risk of, not being able to reach voters where they are, not being able to support elections as we might otherwise be able to. So my biggest takeaway going into the next year is to not lose sight of what it is that brought us together and not lose sight of the importance of democracy in our country.
Thanks. Noah?
Yeah, well, I really appreciate all of your comments, and particularly the opening comments by the founder, when he just brought up the Tocqueville, right, and discussed the ship of state. And there's no question, we're bobbing about in a stormy, tumultuous time. He discussed elections as being ballast. I think that's true, but what's really at the core of that ballast are local election officials, primarily, and they're under the gun. So to the extent that we take some lessons from this election, I don't think the lesson is the storm has passed. I think the lesson, is with reinforcement that they got from government, that they got from their secretaries of state, that they got from the broader NGO community. They were able to weather the waves. But I don't believe the storm has passed. I think the ship is actually quite damaged. I mean, you brought up the stories from a lot of local election officials. I'm just gonna read a tweet from one of them in Massachusetts. She says, "It's not just the stress, not just the long hours with no overtime, not just the harassment, not just the death threats, the cybersecurity threats, not just staying calm in the face of all of it. It's all these things combined." Now, for her part, she says she's still in. I'm not sure that that's going to be the case for most of our workforce. The truth is we're demanding way too much from them without enough support. And so I think we draw the lesson that what we did was shore up the ship as a broad ecosystem, but now is the time to double down the same efforts, right? Increase that resourcing and that support so that the ballast is firm going into 24 and beyond.
I want to turn to one of the core lessons I think we've learned in this work, which is that security really depends on engagement and connectivity between law enforcement as a critical partner and local and state and election officials and others. But law enforcement has been really critical to engage and also to educate, frankly, on the operational planning around elections. And where that has worked, it has proven tremendously valuable for election security and safety. So in our work, for example, we found that really just getting on the ground with local law enforcement and local election officials, making sure that their connections are deep, that they're talking to each other throughout the election season and not just sort of a week or two before the election, can be really important. I'd like each of you to reflect on law enforcement. Secretary Griswold, you sort of alluded to some of the protections in Colorado law that were recently put into place. And that's just one example, but I'd love to hear more about what you think we can continue to do and do even better in terms of bringing law enforcement and election officials together. So if you don't mind, I'll just start with you and we'll go down the...
Sure, and those series of laws we passed this year, it was number one, the first law in the nation on insider threats. So the Colorado Election Security Act, my office and I led into law, makes it a felony to compromise voting equipment. It is now a felony to access or allow unauthorized access to voting equipment. We put whistleblower protections into the law. There's upgrades of all election equipment in the state of Colorado. All voting equipment will be behind badge-in access, not 24/7 video just around the election season, year-round. So we really fortified the entire process and made it clear that you cannot compromise voting equipment in the state of Colorado to try to prove your wacky conspiracies. We're not going to do that. Like I mentioned, we made it a crime to threaten or dox election workers. I unfortunately had to pass a law largely for the Secretary of State to be able to get state patrol. Just in the last 3 months, I've had over 500 threats for doing my job. We banned that open carry. In 2020, we did have 2 men in military gear open carrying, filming voters as they dropped off ballots in one of our counties. And I'll tell you, we were able to pass those laws not because law enforcement demanded it, but because I demanded it. Because we said we are going to make sure we're going into this election as strong as possible. What my office did ahead of 2020, what we did again ahead of 2022 is think about, if I wanted to disrupt voting, if I wanted to undermine confidence, what would I do? What would I do? And then because we have a legislature very willing to work with us, we tighten our laws every single year ahead of those evolving threats. Anything that we can think about, we patch up our laws. So for example, what's happening in Arizona, where folks are refusing to sign off on the election, we fixed that in Colorado state law this year, anticipating that that process could happen. We've seen it a couple times across the nation. In terms of law enforcement, you know, with local matters, it really depends on what jurisdiction you're in, and it's problematic. In Mesa County, if you guys are familiar with the saga of County Clerk Tina Peters, who worked with QAnon and the My Pillow guy to try to prove the big lie, she compromised her voting equipment. She's under prosecution right now. There is a great district attorney. And when my civil servants went in to investigate the voting equipment, they went in as the Republican district attorney executed search warrants. He's been leading the prosecution there. But there are some counties where local law enforcement or the elected district attorneys are not all that interested in election-related offenses. So my office, to your point, has been working with prosecutors across the state of Colorado to make sure that they know the evolving law landscape. We work with sheriffs and other law enforcement to make sure that folks know, well, there are specific crimes related to elections. But then also we lean in. We've leaned in to the DOJ, you know, having to talk publicly about the threats against election workers. It gets really hard to do your job when people are saying they're going to come kill you on a nearly daily basis. So we've leaned into the DOJ. We're really happy to see those prosecutions start. We lean into local law enforcement also. In our statewide primary, we allegedly had someone in Pueblo, a voter, try to compromise voting equipment while they voted. So they were using a piece of voting equipment, and we believe they tried to put a USB into the voting equipment. The voting equipment did exactly what it was supposed to do. It shut down. And then I have a rule in place where election workers have to actually go sanitize. It's a COVID rule. Go sanitize voting equipment in between every single use. The voting equipment shut down. The election worker pulled it out of use immediately. But things like that. We work with local law enforcement so that they understand. This isn't just tampering with state property. Tampering with election voting equipment is an attempt largely to undermine American democracy. We have to be very strong, make sure our laws are ready to go, and we really need prosecutors to prosecute, again, to disincentivize this really bad behavior, not against the, you know, the state of Colorado or a piece of voting equipment, but against the American people's ability to have free and fair elections.
Thanks. So law enforcement, I think, can be, you know, one of the best partners in protecting elections, but it also can be a problem. You know, we experienced, I mentioned, you know, the U.S. Conference of Mayors bringing together major city chiefs. We had sheriff's associations, other police associations, very engaged early on in getting briefings about the threats, getting briefings about the particular laws that they could enforce. and encouraging them to meet early with their local officials, the election officials, mayors, local police, and community groups, right? Not just a bunch of government people, community groups, to figure out what is going to work in each community. In one community, a law enforcement presence at the polls to show we're not going to allow voter intimidation might be really welcomed by the community. In other communities, it might make things 100 times worse, because in some communities, a law enforcement presence is itself intimidating. And that has got to be not one size fits all, right? That has got to be individual, location by location. But it's up to the government leaders and the community to come together and figure that out in advance. There's a bad side to law enforcement too. I've worked with law enforcement all my life. I have enormous respect for the men and women in our law enforcement, but there are bad actors in law enforcement. And unfortunately, even though I think that is a minority, they have an outsized impact when it comes on trust between communities and the law enforcement who is supposed to be serving them. And I heard when I was in government, and I hear outside of government, time and time again, about, particularly from community groups, voting rights groups, activist groups, that they just don't trust law enforcement. Well, you cannot safely protect our elections, much less democracy, if we can't kind of bridge that trust deficit. And one of the things that means is that law enforcement needs to take seriously eradicating extremists from its ranks. You will sometimes hear, oh, well, police have First Amendment rights and we can't discipline somebody because, they're racist, or they espouse QAnon, or they, are anti-LGBTQ. Well, that's actually not true. The First Amendment does give significant leeway to discipline, including firing or refusing to hire law enforcement who engage in extremist activity, even when they're speaking in their personal capacity, not, with their uniform on, even in their personal capacity, speaking on a matter of public interest. If their speech is so extremist that it undermines the mission of law enforcement, makes them less effective or efficient, that can be disciplined. And there's case after case after case across the country upholding that, even in the face of First Amendment rights. So yes, police officers have First Amendment rights, but they're not unlimited. And so one of the things States United and ICAP have done together is put out guidance on this and talk with law enforcement. And it's one thing that, we've also said, we're a litigating shop. We will back up a law enforcement agency that takes action. I can tell you right now, their own attorneys are going to be like, oh, no, don't fire that person because we'll get sued. Well, maybe don't talk to your own attorneys for a minute. Maybe talk to the people who are willing to defend you, right? Because they're risk averse. I mean, if I were their general counsel, I'd also say, oh, let's not be sued. But that's not the only way to look at it. So I think, again, law enforcement, it's complicated. It can be great, but they can also be a problem. I want to just say one more thing, because Jenna mentioned, if I were going to try to, attack an election, what would I do? I think, and maybe this is not the right time for this answer, but maybe we can talk about it later. I don't know how many of you, probably everyone, heard about what just happened in Moore, North Carolina over the weekend, where basically the electrical grid for the area was taken out by what we have to assume are extremists. I don't think we know yet who did it, and if we do, I haven't seen that news yet, who wanted to make sure there was no power for an LGBTQ event that was planned. Well, that took out power for a whole lot of people for a long time. That's the kind of sabotage that can also impact an election. Imagine if you saw that type of activity in any jurisdiction in the country, right on the eve of election day. It could mean the machines don't work. It could mean the lights aren't on, right? So we have to, I think what Jenna has said is exactly right. You have to think about and plan for, and law enforcement has to plan for, and our cybersecurity officials have to plan for, and secretaries of states have to plan for what happens if there's that kind of an attack.
And to jump in really fast, I can speak for the state of Colorado. We have plans for all of that. Prior to 2020, we had plans for all types of things that you normally think could happen. Grid failure, cyber attack, I won't go through them all. And then we started to think about the political aspects. Well, what happens if the National Guard is federalized and shows up to drop boxes? What happens if Homeland Security or whoever from federal government seizes voting equipment? What happens if all the things that folks have been saying over the last 2 years actually happen? So planning now is a whole different type of thing in election administration, because you have to think of the natural incident plannings, but then add in all these crazy scenarios that we wouldn't have imagined could be mainstreamed 4 years ago.
Thank you, and I'll try to be brief, but I have 3 things to pick up on both of their comments. So rich, and so at a high level first, Jenna mentioned that Colorado has plans for all of these different contingencies, and state and local election officials are the best contingency planners I have ever met. But at the same time, making all of those plans, implementing those plans takes resources. I think we've all heard about the printer issues in Maricopa County on Election Day. Those were pretty minor and run-of-the-mill problems. They were addressed and they were, quickly solved. All voters could still cast their ballots. And yet it became this big fodder for election conspiracy theories. And so we see that if more and more election offices' resources are being dedicated toward these fringe contingency plans we now have to do because of mistruths about our election that are taking hold, it makes it harder to respond well when small issues happen. And then it compounds and it increases the risk that these kind of fraud conspiracies take hold. On the issue of law enforcement specifically, it is a fine line when law enforcement is involved in elections for all of the reasons that Mary mentioned. But there are 2 specific trends that I've been seeing that have been quite alarming. One is the criminalization of election administration that we've been seeing take hold in state legislatures around the country. We have seen election police forces crop up. We've seen it become unlawful or a felony to send a mail ballot application to a voter who hasn't requested one. We've seen all kinds of small election administration mistakes be criminalized in a way that makes election officials a scapegoat for election fraud ideas, which is unfair when election officials have been the ones that are getting us through this period. When we need to be supporting and investing in those folks, we've instead seen this kind of counter trend of holding them at fault for things that they have not done wrong. So I would encourage states to, shift that course in 2023 and really support election administrators when they need it most. Finally, we have seen, as Jenna mentioned, she has had 500 threats this month. That is par for the course across the country. Recent surveys have shown that 1 in 4 state and local election officials have received threats, harassment, or abuse in their roles in the past 2 years. This is not acceptable in a healthy democracy. And most of the field has coalesced around the idea that we need to increase prosecution to solve this problem. And that is absolutely true. But I like to take a yes and approach. I don't think prosecution alone is going to mitigate the likelihood of these threats happening. They might to some degree, but I think we also need to look at the underbelly of discontent that is making these happen in the first place. They don't happen in a healthy democracy. I think that there are fractures in our political culture that we need to look at as a community, and it's not just elections, right? If people are struggling financially, if people can't afford to send their children to daycare, if they're distrustful of Congress, if it's not working right, these are the kinds of things that all compound on each other. So I hope that moving forward we can take a more ecosystem level view on what is driving this kind of extremist trend in American culture.
There's a lot of sort of powerful themes in there, things that sort of impact the way we approach our relationships. There are 10,000 election officials, okay? And if their power goes out or they get a threat, they're not calling their legislators, they're not calling BPC or the elections group, they're not calling the secretary, they're calling their police. It's an institution that's fundamental to the safety and security of voters, of election officials, of the process. There are bad actors. Yes, there are bad actors in elections. That doesn't get beyond the point that we need to build those relationships. So to the point about building trust within communities, it's really important to establish different ground rules. So there's a group called the Committee for Safe and Secure Elections, a cross-partisan group of law enforcement officers, election officials, current and former, working together to help provide resourcing to election officials and law enforcement. It's supported by nonpartisan groups, us, the elections group, along with R Street, Protect Democracy, the Brennan Center, trying to enable and facilitate relationship sharing. At the core is meet your counterpart in law enforcement, okay? Share details about your experience, your expectations of them, okay? Agree on ground rules, set those red lines. Like, we don't want to see you in uniform around voters unless you get called in, but we need you to be in enhanced readiness. But at the ballot processing center, come in force, okay? Plan for that relationship development and practice it. You know, you all saw in Maricopa how that really mature relationship can be put into place to, one, diffuse or put defenses up from what could otherwise be really challenging situations around ballot counting. But what we know from watching that relationship develop is their first few meetings were about election integrity. Hey, sheriffs, law enforcement, these are all the checks in elections. This is why it's a trustworthy process. Okay? There are downstream benefits from collaborating with this group of folks who otherwise, many of whom, friends of mine included, are skeptical about elections in our democracy. That's a very important relationship to build. We saw it in northern Utah, okay, where a clerk there brought 8 counties together, law enforcement officials, DAs, election officials, to start this discussion. A lot of that time was spent on why elections are secure. That was sort of a threshold question to the relationship build. And then they went on to talk about what the expectations are for your support. I think keeping our institutions tied at the hip, right, in government generally, is very critical to our country at this point. So the Committee for Safe and Secure Elections is working in that vein to support this relationship building. It's safeelections.org. I would encourage you to take a look at that.
Thank you. I have been cataloging a list of all the threats while we've been having a conversation. So not to be a downer, but I think it's worth just reminding ourselves that the threats are enormous and they're multivarious. And we haven't even talked about militias or this so-called constitutional sheriffs movement that we're seeing around the country and other very specific and dangerous threats like that. So I'll save my list for the end, but I think that we all, at least as a panel and probably in this room, agree the threats continue. They're going to intensify as we get toward the 2024 presidential election and the stakes get high, not to mention some actors who have used threats and intimidation for their own benefit in the past are coming back on the scene in a big way. So I think we've identified some strategies so far. And I think one big question is, how do we make sure people generally are on the alert that we are not sort of screaming into the darkness about this? Because it might be a good 15 months, hopefully never, but it might be a good 15 months before we see threats or violence of the type that we were all sort of prepared for after January 6th. So what can we do to make sure people understand that even if there are sort of some lone wolf figures, or even if there are some nascent movements, this is not going away, and it's going to get worse before 2024. How do we keep our eye on that ball? Communications, messaging, tracking disinformation trends seem all really important to me, but I'd love to hear what you all think about other strategies, real specific ones.
Sure. Well, I think it's really important to continue to communicate. But before we get into, well, how do we make sure that we are ready to go to counter disinformation, and that the media knows what's going on, American voters need to know what's going on. The one thing that we haven't talked about is that one of the massive threats against democracy is the voter suppression bills being passed across this country. You guys turn on the news today. Before coming over, I was watching CNN, and there was a voter in Fulton County saying how she had a disabled son and had an absentee ballot, and she went to the polling place where she was told to go to and was turned away. That is an attack against democracy. That is one of the easiest attacks against democracy, is put such bad laws in place that it becomes so hard for working people to cast ballots in this country, for some people to cast ballots in this country. So we have to continue to speak up against the voter suppression. because we are seeing it in real time in this nation, that some elected officials don't want some of their voters to cast a ballot. Now, when it comes to the larger threats to the disinformation, I've been very proud of Colorado's leadership. Leading up to 2020, I established the first unit in the country in a Secretary of State's office to combat foreign disinformation. We set up our own tracking about what Russia, Iran, China was pumping into Colorado, and at some points alerted states before DHS did. For example, about Sharpiegate, if you guys all remember Sharpiegate from 2020. We also started PSAs, paid PSAs out to every voter, Republican, Democrat, and unaffiliated, to alert them of the role of foreign disinformation. You know, several of the lessons we learned from Russia's interference in 2016 is that some of the best strategies is just readiness. Americans need to know that they are subject to disinformation, often very sophisticated. Folks like my mom, who still lives up in rural Colorado in that cabin, needs to know that her neighbor up the mountain, just because they post something about elections and she knows her neighbor, well, that could be Russian propaganda. And unfortunately now, it could be domestic propaganda. So we've continued those efforts. Just this year, I was actually joined by my predecessor, former Republican Secretary of State Wayne Williams, in a PSA to alert Coloradans about disinformation and how to go to a trusted source. And to be very clear, former Secretary of State Wayne Williams, a Republican, was my opponent in 2018. Not only has he accepted 2 appointments to intercede in Mesa County, I appointed him in Mesa County 2 times, he then joined me in a bipartisan PSA. That doesn't mean that he didn't endorse my opponent this election cycle, nor did I expect him not to endorse. But I bring this up because that's how American politics should work. Republicans and Democrats should be able to run against each other and then put it all aside and do what's good for the country. That's what we should see across this nation. But I'll tell you, one of the things that the panel has brought up is that little missteps suddenly fuel massive disinformation. Election administration is tremendously hard. A little issue that in 2016 probably wouldn't even get a newspaper article now gets national media, and then a week later it turns into death threats. That's what election administration is in this country right now. So I think states need to continue to push out PSAs. It's not without political peril. You get pushed back on very hard when you put out PSAs. But if we don't alert our citizens, who will? If we don't talk about the disinformation they're seeing on social media, who will? We also really need support. I'll tell you, being a Secretary of State largely feels that you're fighting all these battles by yourself. Folks, 2 years ago, other elected officials did not know or understand what we were grappling with. The only folks who really understood what you were grappling with are other secretaries of state, are other election workers. But we need to continue to encourage election administrators to have a strong spine, to stand up to threats, and to make sure that they're doing the right thing, putting politics aside, putting the political hits aside, putting what is going to come in threats aside, and just continuing to lead in the best way that they think they should.
So early on, I alluded to this idea that, the fact that actually a lot of election deniers won in 2022. They did not win the statewide races. They did not win all of the congressional races. But they won pretty overwhelmingly at the state legislative level and other sort of local levels, many times because they weren't even opposed, frankly, or because a county was so politically entrenched in one way or another that there was no chance of their opponent winning. So we have to think, when we're starting to think about what are the threats going forward, I don't know how many of you in this room are aware that tomorrow the Supreme Court will hear argument in a case called Moore v. Harper. This is a political gerrymandering case out in North Carolina. And the theory of the legislature there, who's appealed this to the Supreme Court, is that the state legislature, by virtue of the Elections Clause of the US Constitution, the Elections Clause does give the state legislature the power to choose the manner of choosing senators and representatives. Manner includes redistricting, right, every 10 years. And the argument is that that constitutional provision means that the state legislature can essentially politically gerrymander all they want, and it would not be subject to review by state courts for compliance with state constitutions. Now, you may or may not know the Supreme Court has already held that the federal government does not prohibit partisan gerrymandering. There's no, according to the court, no administrable standards or guidance under the US Constitution. And the Supreme Court has also told us, you know what, state constitutions can provide that guidance and standard. And the court told us that just a couple of years ago. Yet nevertheless, the court is hearing argument tomorrow about whether or not actually we can look to state constitutions to rein in political gerrymander. Why do I say all this when we're talking about threats of future? Imagine this, election deniers are in those state legislatures, right? Broad view of independent state legislature gives them power potentially to redistrict in ways that would entrench one-party rule in states, including particularly in swing states where you might otherwise expect it kind of go back and forth over the course of time. One legislature could entrench one-party rule for decades. We also have a clause in the Constitution called the Electors Clause, which gives state legislature the ability to determine the choosing of presidential electors. So a broad view, again, of this independent state legislature theory, and I say theory because it's a theory, would essentially give those legislators even potentially the ability to overrule a popular vote after it has occurred. Now, as a litigator, we would challenge that on federal due process grounds, et cetera, et cetera. We'd go probably all the way to the Supreme Court on that. But the point is, it can open the door for a whole lot of meddling. So even as we need to continue to be concerned about sort of physical threats of violence, intimidation, harassment, voter intimidation, we also have this pernicious legal theory working its way through the courts, and we know that at least 3 justices are at least somewhat inclined toward this broad view of the independent state legislature theory. So it makes it even all the more important to make sure at our local level, those races and our state legislative races, right, that we are, again, really supporting candidates of either party who don't just deny elections, right? Who have respect for our democracy and its processes. And then the last thing I'll say, switching gears, is we know post-January 6th, and I don't know if this will change post-midterms, but we know post-January 6th, the strategy of extremists became very decentralized and localized, right? County over country. Capture your county, maybe a few, then take over your state. And we saw that happening in this last almost 2 years, with county boards being overtaken by like paramilitary organizations, people involved with unlawful militias, people with extremist views. We saw in some cases election officials, people leaving because of threats, and the people coming in having very extreme views. This is a very decentralized, localized effort. We saw the efforts to recruit poll workers from the Proud Boys and from militia groups, et cetera. That is harder to combat because it's not at a national level, right? It's a multi-headed hydra, and so it takes a lot of effort. And this is where things get dangerous when you have sheriffs who call themselves constitutional sheriffs in local jurisdictions saying, we have all the power, even more power than the federal government in our jurisdiction, and we're going to start investigating election fraud. We're going to start having task forces to actually get involved in election administration. I mean, there are red lines there in the law. Most county sheriffs don't have that kind of authority, at least not to involve themselves in election administration. It's another thing that States United and ICAP have put guidance out about, and it's something that all of you who work in the election administration area need to know, work with your lawyers at the state level, at the district level, to figure out what are the boundaries of what sheriffs can do. And let's be ready if one tries to overreach and take some action against that.
Thank you. So I'll be brief, because I think we're running over time. But Mary gave a really wonderful synopsis of the Moore v. Harper case going before the Supreme Court tomorrow. We're going to have a full panel on that at 3:30, so stick around. It's our final panel of the day, going to be with my colleague Michael Thorning, who's an expert on this, among other phenomenal people. So please stay. We have lots of caffeine for you between now and then. But briefly, I think that we have a real opportunity here. I think we were all prepared to be kind of like, staying vigilant on this election if it was widely contested. But because we were able to breathe a slight sigh of relief, we have some time to plan ahead, to close the gaps in our state and federal policy that allowed some of these things to happen. So we can, pass legislation that prevents insider threats, like Colorado has really led the way on. We can increase resources for state and local election administration, and we can, amend federal law to prevent another January 6th from happening. We have the Electoral Count Reform Act that we're hoping Congress will act on during the lame duck session. So there's lots of opportunity. I think our hope bringing everyone here today was that we could start that conversation to think about what the midterms mean for us as a field and how we can coordinate in 2023 on this kind of new and unsteady ground to make sure that we're as strong as possible going into 2024. So I hope we continue to have that conversation, and thank you all for coming today.
Awesome. Well, super brief. We're in a ship riding waves in a stormy time. Election officials are the ballast. The measure to watch over the next 2 years is whether they continue to bail out the ship from below the waterline, even as we're watching the wind swirl above, or not. Okay? If they bail out, we lose hardened vets working off muscle memory with 4 years of invaluable experience. If they leave, our infrastructure isn't built to replace them. Okay? We don't train the way we need to. We don't reinforce. We're not leaving them with standard operating procedures inside of their offices. People come in, are handed the keys to an office, and we rely on their good faith. So that's the measure that I would be watching over the next couple of years to tell us how safe and secure and strong our democracy is going into 24.
So maybe I'll leave us with this as a parting thought. 2022 was fertile ground for us in terms of learning what worked. 2022 was also a fertile learning ground for bad actors to learn what they can get away with in 2024. Lots of learning has happened at the local level, which is what I think many of our speakers alluded to here, about things they could try and that they're going to come back in full force with in 2024. So I would leave us with that, which is that we have to be ever vigilant in this fight to preserve our election security as a component of democracy. Thank you so much, and thanks to this terrific panel for joining us today.
sort of wish we had a table or something. The whole living room set up. My dress is probably bunching it up. I think you should better than being on stools, though. I feel like that's true. Like we're about to do some sort of like indie night.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us for this panel on election administration and the triumphs and tribulations of it in the 2022 election. We are going to get started. I'm excited to hear from all of our panelists about what worked, what might not have, and what we need to learn going into the next election. So let me introduce our panelists. I'm very happy to be up here with all of them. First to my right is Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse-Oliver from New Mexico. She has worked in election administration for over 15 years and is New Mexico's 26th Secretary of State. Secretary Toulouse-Oliver has been involved in politics and public policy for over 2 decades. And her work is focused on increasing voter access, running efficient, secure, and fair elections, and bringing more transparency and increased ethical standards to government. And then next to her right, is Seth Bluestein. Seth has worked for the Philadelphia Board of Elections for more than 10 years, and he's currently serving as city commissioner. And prior to his appointment as commissioner, he was the chief deputy commissioner for Al Schmidt. Welcome, Seth. And then to Seth's right is Ben Hovland. Ben Hovland was unanimously confirmed by the US Senate in January 2019 to serve as a commissioner with the US Election Assistance Commission. He was serving as chairman of the EAC during 2020 and previously was acting chief counsel of the US Senate Committee on Rules and Administration and also has been deputy general counsel for the Missouri Secretary of State. So welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
And to his right is Natalie Adona, who is the clerk recorder-elect for Nevada County, California. She will take office on January 3rd, 2023, and please mark your calendars because that is her birthday. So welcome, Natalie. Thanks for making the trip to be here.
Thank you.
And so I'm going to kick this off with Ben and just ask him kind of a general question, which is, hey, how did this election go overall? There were obviously some things in the voting process that went well, some things that went less well. What can we take out of this election into 2024?
Yeah, thanks for that, Carrie. It's, you know, I mean, I think we've already heard from the earlier panels, but looking out across the country, you know, I think as we were coming into this year or going really post 2020 and with all the disinformation through 2021 and the conspiracy theories, you know, I think as people said earlier, you really didn't know what to expect going into 2022 and throughout this election season. And I think in this moment, you know, when you look out at elections and election administration, it's harder than it's ever been to run elections, and it's more expensive than it's ever been to run elections. There are just so many challenges. And despite that, I think election officials around the country, state and local election officials, did an amazing job. You know, we heard a few issues brought up earlier, a couple snafus here and there. That's what happens. There are so many people involved in elections. You know, that's the nature of it. But by and large, you know, state and local election officials did an amazing job taking on you know, all of these challenges, the regular historic challenges of running elections, plus cybersecurity, plus mis and disinformation, plus threats and harassment, plus the weaponization of information requests and just the volume of dealing with all of that. And in particular, I would like to, you know, give a shout out to the new election officials. You know, we've seen a lot of turnover in the space. Some new folks came in, others stepped up into new roles, and again, did an amazing job. And so really, you know, to me, that is certainly a part of the story of 2022. But as has been mentioned a little bit earlier as well, you know, I'm old enough to remember, you know, patting ourselves on the back after 2018. Midterms are not presidential years. And so I do think it's important, you know, that we continue that focus. You know, yes, you know, 2022 was a very well-administered election, but so was 2020. I've said before, 2020 was the best administered election I've seen in my career. bar none. But that didn't stop the mis and disinformation. And so I think we have to continue to keep that focus, and continue to press forward to ensure, that there's still work to be done. And that is, that is hard. There are no reprieves anymore in elections, sadly. So on to 24.
All right, that leads to my next question. Seth, this year, once again, all eyes were on Pennsylvania, and it seems likely that may continue. And most notably, you had a gubernatorial candidate who had promoted baseless conspiracy theories about elections, had boosted that. And so there was a lot of attention on that race. And that candidate, Doug Mastriano, did not win. But what do we take from that, right? What's the state of play for that now? What does that tell us, or not?
Yeah. Well, first, I'd just like to thank everyone in this room and watching from home for how great of a job they did running the elections this year. And they were so successful across the country because of the work that you did. And in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia in particular, we were really grateful to know the results on election night and not keep everyone waiting until the following weekend to know who the winners were. So, we felt very lucky in that regard. And in Pennsylvania, as you said, there was a gubernatorial candidate running for office. In Pennsylvania, the governor appoints the Secretary of State who runs elections for the Commonwealth. And that individual was one of the lead election deniers coming out of 2020. And what we saw in Pennsylvania and across the country were individuals who denied the results of the election, but by and large, they lost their races. And I think everyone took a collective deep breath and patted themselves on the back and thought, we just had a really successful election. It's a week later, everyone lost who was a potential threat at the governor level or Secretary of State level for running elections in 2024. But what we saw in Pennsylvania and in other locations is not just at the state level where there might be threats, and the earlier panel mentioned this, but there are still challenges at the county level. And what we saw was in Arizona and in Pennsylvania and in other states across the country, county officials considering not certifying the election or voting to not certify the election until ordered to do so by a court. And that is where I think we need to keep an eye on coming out of this election, even though it was extremely well run. And as Ben said, 2020 was also really well run. But we have this threat still where at the county level, we need to keep an eye on who the commissioners are and how they're paying attention to election denial, misinformation, and whether or not we're going to have that problem occur in 2024 when, once again, at the highest levels of the presidential race, there's the potential of election denial and mis and disinformation.
I'm glad you touched on the certification issue because that was my next question, actually. We at VoteBeat have intensively covered the certification hurdles that came up in Arizona. And so I know that Secretary Tullis Oliver, you have dealt with that in New Mexico, in Otero County, I believe. And so obviously, you have some experience with this. I'm hoping you can talk about this since it seems to be now surfacing around the country about the lessons of that.
Yeah, what a wild year in many ways, and what a very calm and amazing year in many ways. And as Carrie mentioned, I've been in election administration now for almost 16 years. I was a county clerk of the largest jurisdiction in New Mexico for 10 years before I became Secretary of State. So this is the 8th general election that I've either run on the ground or overseen at the state level. And as everyone who's in election administration knows, every election's different. The challenges that arise are different. How we have to deal with them are different. We learn everything, or we learn something from every election, and we're able to plan and prepare for the next election. But inevitably, the challenges that we see in that next election don't look exactly like what the challenges were before. And so this year, one thing that we tend to believe as election administrators is that primaries are relatively chill, that they're often a dry run for trying out new policies, new procedures, seeing how they work with a smaller turnout population. In my state, Not only did we have to run a primary through the largest wildfire in state history, which impacted tens of thousands of voters in the northern part of my state, that was extremely challenging. We thought that was the biggest challenge of the primary. What turned out to be the biggest challenge was that we saw for the first time in my state, and I think it sort of kicked off the 2022 version of counties that are not going to certify elections based on gut feelings. That was a literal quote by one of the county commissioners in Otero County, New Mexico, who incidentally is no longer a county commissioner. He was removed from office because he engaged in sedition and participating in the January 6th horror. And so that was all very positive, but before he was removed from office, he was ginning up his entire commission to say, look, we can't trust these voting machines. Despite a very competent, experienced Republican county clerk for that county, they were getting ready and in fact took an initial vote to flush 7,800 voters' votes down the toilet after the primary election. And the biggest irony to me of that is that one of the commissioners himself was on that primary ballot. Had they not certified the election, would not have ended up on the general ballot and would not have been reelected. And so I think, part of the struggle we're having, of course, my office went straight to the Supreme Court, said, tell them they have to do their job. This is a ministerial duty. This is not optional. This is not a choice you make based on gut feelings. This is quite honestly a rubber stamp to say, yes, this election happened. The county clerk and their team did the job. But I think it highlights the challenge. And of course, we've seen other counties and other states try that a little bit in 2020, and now we're seeing it happen. We went through this challenge again recently in other states after the general. So I think this is a blueprint for what we may potentially see in 2024 to dovetail off what Seth and Ben were saying, that even though this year went pretty well, very well, we can foresee these challenges moving forward.
And so I think that brings us to Natalie, who might be in the best position of everyone here to talk about how to deal with these election conspiracy theories and this bad information at the local level, how it's filtered down to the local level, what to expect from that, and what strategies you have for that. Since
I'm a little surprised to learn that I am the best resource for that. I was hoping to get some ideas from all of you. Thank you, and I just want to take a moment to acknowledge, that how lucky I feel to be invited here, and that, this is sort of a retrospective of what happened in 2022, but we have an election going on today in the state of Georgia, and, big shout out to them. So in my office, you wouldn't think that there would be huge problems with conspiracy theories in California if you did not know any better, but there has been a rise in extreme political rhetoric and in extreme political thoughts around elections in some of the redder parts of the state. I do try to work with everyone who approaches our office. Some people are intensely curious about the way elections work because they have been fed this diet of mis and disinformation about the way elections work. And they really and truly just want to learn, hey, how does all of this, how do you verify signatures? How do you know that, this is the person who they say they are? How do you actually go about extracting the ballots, setting up in-person voting? And for those, I would say 70, 80% of people who are skeptical, who want to learn more, we actually do end up turning them around and making them feel a little bit better about how elections work in our county. But there are some people that you can never convince. And I have noticed over the time that I have been in Nevada County that the tactics are getting more sophisticated. The tactics are changing because they learned through my own election that if I don't get help from state and local law enforcement or local election officials, that I'll just go straight to the media. It is sometimes really uncomfortable to be confronted by the media. I know that from my job, and they have learned that through me. But I think by and large, there is still a lot of distrust in elections and the people who run them. I do try to be responsive to things like records requests, and it remains an ongoing challenge, and I expect it to intensify in 2024, but I think it's going to be quite different from what we saw in this midterm, from 2020, and from every election in between.
I have to just follow up on something you said, and I'm hoping you can all speak to it, but what are these sort of new tactics that you see emerging that you mentioned, the more sophisticated ones? I'd love it if you could all speak to that.
Am I starting?
Okay.
Sure. Well, I think the sort of intensity of the public records requests has, sort of risen dramatically. From this election, there was a coordinated effort to monitor what it was that we were doing. I got a bunch of text messages on election night in November of my workers asking me, did you know that there is somebody filming us closing the drop boxes? Did you know that there's someone filming us doing X, Y, and Z of our jobs? And I got the text messages all at once, which had not happened before. And to me, it said a couple of things that, one, if people are being quiet and not coming in to observe, they may be planning to do something else. I think on the one hand, if you want to film any part of the process, it is a public area. I cannot prevent people from filming stuff that is occurring publicly. At the same time, I can't prepare my workers for it. So, some of them thought that I was monitoring them. Like, no, I did not know anything about this. And it just, sort of raised the level of their nervousness about, messing up, or, that maybe they were going to be, sort of posted all over the internet, something like that. So, I worry a little bit about them coming back to work. We'll see. I hope they do, because they're all really good.
Thank you, Natalie.
Sure.
Ben?
One thing that I'd say that is, feels unique about the current circumstances around a lot of the mis and disinformation, around a lot of the organizing, is one, the scale and the breadth of it. Talking to officials all over the country, it is all over the country. It isn't necessarily everywhere, but the breadth of it is unbelievable, and that shows a level of coordination. Whether that's or connections through the internet, certainly some coordination. But I think what has changed that. I mean, part of that. We heard some conversation on one of the earlier panels about election administration not being about politics. But we are politics adjacent, and certainly, when I was at the Missouri Secretary of State's office, Missouri used to be a swing state. It isn't anymore, but Ohio isn't really a swing state anymore. And being a swing state brings a level of attention. The people who are election administrators in Florida are now looking at the folks in Arizona thinking, wow, that used to be us, and now it isn't. But this isn't just that. And I think part of that is the fact that we have people profiteering off of trying to tear down our democracy, and that's where the breadth comes in. Because if you're raising money, if you're trying to get money, you want to scattershot across the whole country. So the bluest blue counties, the reddest red counties, you're seeing it in these places because it's an opportunity for something different. It's not about the election. It's not just about politics. It's about something else, and that is different. And again, I think the volume of it all, the volume of the record requests, has consequences. Particularly because it's not new that elections are under-resourced, but you have these finite resources of time and money. And actually, you sent around a Vote Beat newsletter that talked about how recently how in elections, there are no human mistakes, or there is no
You got me. I did do that.
yeah, thank you for that. Essentially that, there aren't innocent mistakes or nobody believes them, and I think when you look at those resource challenges around time, again, running elections is extremely labor intensive. And so when you would have triple checked something and now you can only double check it because you're responding to weaponized records requests, mistakes happen. That is real. And unless we adequately fund elections for the moment that we're in, I think we'll continue to see that and see more of it. And that is very concerning to me.
Seth, what tactics and strategies are you seeing in your part of the world?
Yeah, well, I think the key word you both said is coordination. And that's really what it comes down to. Let me give you an example from Pennsylvania. So in Pennsylvania, there's a unique part of the statute that allows for individuals in a precinct to request a hand recount of that precinct. It requires a bond. It requires 3 voters from that precinct to sign a petition. They have to go to court, and they can do that. And in 2016, Philadelphia was the recipient of some of those petitions from the Jill Stein campaign because she had misinformation and didn't believe that the voting machines weren't hacked by Russia. So she requested in 2016 recounts by hand of certain precincts. Now, that was one candidate who lost doing that in one county. This year, we saw across dozens of counties, nearly 100 of these petitions being filed in a coordinated way where there were no allegations of fraud or anything that was wrong with the election, but they wanted to, again, on a gut feeling, have it be audited and recounted by hand in those precincts. So what you're seeing is taking normal parts of the law, whether it's open records requests or petitions for recounts, and then they're being coordinated in a way to abuse the system to make it harder for election administrators to do their jobs, and then also to delay elections being certified. And I don't want this panel to be too down on where things are with the election administration because everyone did such a great job in actually managing the election, but it's important to just take the positives of how the election was run and start thinking through where those gaps are and where those guardrails held this time, but they're being attacked and possibly won't hold next time. And what you see from this election is, testing of those procedures to see how they can be used 2 years from now.
And Secretary Toulouse-Oliver, can you speak to this?
Yeah, I will echo everything everyone has said and kind of tie it up in a big ugly bow of we are throwing things against the wall to see what sticks. Known, issues, and when I say known, I mean issues that have been widely circulated. So, the voting machines can be hacked and they're sending, election results to Venezuela, right? So those, those lies are being used to generate, questions around the validity of the counting machines and to force, we've seen in a lot of different localities, this effort to try to force hand counts. And, when you don't think about what the politics of that are, you go, okay, well, yeah, sure, hand counts. Well, those of us that have been in election administration for a long time know 2 things about hand counts. Number one, they're extremely time intensive. So it's going to force an incredible amount of delay. The longer you delay officializing election results, the more questions that can be raised, the more court challenges potentially, right? So you're creating room for more opportunity for trying to tamper with the election process when you try to force a hand count. And number 2, hand counts are just not accurate. I mean, humans are just not as good as we think we are. And it takes a long, long, long time to get it right. And that is why we use computers to count votes and then go back, and most places, in my state was one of the first, to verify those results, right? To have that faith in the accuracy. But it's not just that. It's, I saw an email that was circulated around my state after the election, 8-page screed about all the different reasons why the election in New Mexico wasn't valid, none of which were true. But, you know, they're even raising the issue of, well, you know, Maggie Toulouse Oliver was on the ballot, and therefore she could not, you know, be ethically charged with running the election. Well, we can have that discussion about whether people who run for office can also run elections. Incidentally, of those 8 general elections I referenced, I've been on the ballot for all but 2 of them. And that issue has not been raised before because our system is set up to prevent any one person, right? And this is true in every state, from being able to affect the outcome of an election. But the point being that they are just throwing everything at the wall that they can possibly throw to see, you know, where there might be an opportunity. Again, just to echo everything that my colleagues have said, to look for where is maybe a path forward to try and tamper with or negatively impact the election administration process in future elections.
Well, before we take questions from you all and from, I think, social media, I don't want to leave it all on a downer note, as Seth said, or wrapped in a big ugly bow. It's the holidays. Are there reasons that you all have to be optimistic? What's looking up? And I guess let's go back to Ben. Let's had a little break here.
Well, you know, I mean, I think what really gives me optimism, I mean, really the best thing about my job is talking to state and local election officials. You know, seeing them in their offices around the country, the amazing work they do. And, you know, again, time after time, election officials, you know, keep bailing us out. They do more with less. But the reality is, you know, try to keep this upbeat, but that is not fair. You know, we have got to do more. We've got to give them the resources they need. And that's federal resources, that's state resources, and that's local resources. You know, you know, everybody's on the ballot. You know, we've got local races, we've got state races, we've got federal races. You know, there are states that have chargebacks. You know, people can pay their portion of the ballot. And in the conversation earlier, you know, there were the examples that you know, this is a national security issue now. There are federal mandates, for example, and you know, and I guess I look at it right now. You know, Congress is looking to see if they can fund the government, and in there is $400 million potentially of HAVA security money. You know, this moment right now is probably in the next couple weeks, we will see whether or not the federal government makes an investment for the 2024 election, because that window is right now. It is these 2 weeks. Procurement takes time, and you know, running elections, as I said earlier, is more expensive than it's ever been. Election officials do an amazing job. Again, it gives me a lot of confidence, but I'm tired of seeing them have to do it alone. And so I think we need to see a lot more support of them.
This is one of the only times I've asked somebody what gives you reason to be optimistic and heard this is a national security issue. But I like it. Seth?
What gives me optimism is that people like Natalie and Maggie, despite going through past election cycles, ran again and are staying on board to be an election official going forward. And they're not alone. And despite the challenges of losing election officials, and you know, a quarter of the election officials are leaving in Pennsylvania, over a third of the election administrators have left. But for those who remain, they're doing so knowing the challenges and having their experience and their commitment to running elections the right way gives me optimism and hope for the future.
Maggie?
I don't know if that's reason for optimism. We may wonder about our mental health. No, I'm kidding. But I agree with that. I also think the field of election administration over time has just become incredibly more professional, incredibly more diverse. You know, it used to be, you know, whoever sort of the local political favorite was got the job of being the election administrator in a jurisdiction. And now I think folks are understanding, you know, we need people. The reality is in these jobs, we have to be election experts, we have to be election law experts, we have to be cybersecurity experts, we have to be IT experts, we have to be communications experts, right? So it calls for a lot of skills and abilities, and I think the electorate understands that it's important to have professionals in these jobs. And then on that note, I'll also add, I think, and we started doing this, I think, pretty darn well in 2020, foreseeing the post-election challenges. We didn't know exactly what they were going to be, but we did a good job as a community of pre-bunking, if you will, some of the things we could see coming down the pipeline of, we're not going to know on election night, because we have all of these critical states that are still going to have ballots to count, and this is how the process works. I think we did an even better job of that, and that isn't just the work of election administrators, it's also the work of the media, which has really invested incredible amounts of time and effort working with offices like mine and local election offices to get information. Okay, how does this actually work? Because the media wants to be good partners and helping us pre-bunk or debunk some of the election myths that are out there. As a result, I think the electorate, whether they want to be or not, is much more informed about how the election process works. And I think that significantly contributed to the success of the 2022 election and to the fact that we didn't see as much strife, or we're not seeing as much strife. We're still immediate post-election 2022 than we did in 2020.
Natalie?
For me, what gives me hope is that we are just getting better and better and better at our job. And in some cases, our greatest skeptics are bringing things to light that we had not thought about before. And so we're able to respond to it and sort of address some of the concerns that people have. I'm also heartened that there are advocates like you all and other election officials who still care, who still feel like you have skin in the game, and who recognize that sometimes being the target of somebody's dissatisfaction with elections can be really isolating. Even though you know that there are other people going through it, sometimes it feels so lonely to be there. And that, at least for this election, it feels like the temperature has been turned down quite a bit. And my own personal theory about that, because, I had this, very public experience with my election, a lot of it was rooted in dissatisfaction with government around COVID policies. And now we don't have mask mandates. We probably don't have publications like the COVID Times. Look it up. And it really feels like it took the wind out of some of the sails for some people for whom that was their issue. I don't know what the next issue is going to be moving forward, but I feel more prepared than ever to face it.
Well, we're hoping to also take your questions. And I may also glance at my phone rudely from time to time. We're going to be getting some questions from cyberspace, I think, so.
Yes, thank you all so much. My name is Will Soltero. I'm the press secretary for Voting Rights Lab. My question, I think it was raised earlier, the weaponization of frivolous records requests and even frivolous recounts for races that are far, where the margin is extreme and cannot be overturned. I wonder to each of you if there's any recourse to that, if it's legislatively, if it's administratively, if otherwise, because obviously there's tremendous importance to the availability of that sort of information, but it's hard to see sustainability in the way that some of those requests are being made today. Thank you.
Who wants to take that?
I can start if you like. So in regards to the recount provision, that could be a legislative fix. I think when things like this come up, we can take a look at what solutions there might be, talk to our state legislators, talk to the governor's office, see what we can do collaboratively to make changes to our state law to help insulate local election officials from having to deal with that. In Philadelphia, we're very lucky because while we're in the eye of the storm, being the most populous county in the largest swing state, we have the resources at the local level and assistance from other departments in the city. So for example, when a lot of my colleagues are dealing with a mountain of open records requests, we have a pretty large solicitor's office that can assist us with that so that we can continue to focus on running elections. And the smaller counties or the less populous counties don't necessarily have that level of support. So it's about looking at the size of the jurisdictions and how we can help each jurisdiction differently, but depending on what their needs are.
I want that. I want a team that that is all they do. And this year we were really fortunate in my office. We had, we have a, relatively small staff, and we have one general counsel and one paralegal in my office. And for most of this year, we had this fantastic paralegal who, just having that one person who was dedicated, but, that also creates burnout, right? When we're dealing with not the normal level. I mean, any government office should expect and anticipate public records requests, and we should be responsive to them. That is not the question that we're talking about here. We are talking about this coordinated, weaponized effort to make it so hard for us to fulfill those requests that either we can't do the rest of our job properly, or we can't fulfill the record request properly, right? And that's intentional. That is a tactic, and it is intended to keep us from being able to do our jobs properly. So I think, this really it's a resource question, because at the end of the day, like many states, we're looking at how we can better craft our public records laws. For example, one thing we want to make sure in my state that we aren't doing is giving away the keys to the castle, right? What is a public record that anybody should be able to just take a look at whenever they want, and what is something that is, what we need to keep internal so that we can keep hackers from getting into our system, right? So we are taking a look at that, and I think those are conversations that are happening in legislatures throughout the country. But again, I don't want to be a broken record, but as Ben said, it's resources, resources, resources. We do want to be able to give out this information, but we need to make it so we can all have an office that functions like Seth's, where they can focus on the work, we can focus on the work, and not on fulfilling records requests.
I agree with everything that has been said about this. The only thing I would add from my own experience, because somebody did request a recount of my contest, I was 45 points ahead of second place. And the point the requester admitted on the news was really not to overturn the election result, but to get access to records that they would not have otherwise had access to through the normal Public Records Act process. And when they saw the price tag of what a recount would cost and learned that they would not get their money back unless the result was overturned, they withdrew.
And I'd just wrap up. I mean, absolutely. I'm not going to repeat all of this because they were great points, but I do think, as state legislatures look at their policy, I mean, we've seen, this is new. We've seen an erosion in norms. To Secretary Toulouse-Oliver's point, elections, absolutely must be transparent. And so it's not that, but it's striking that balance between transparency and not allowing for abuse. And whether that's, that's an amazing example, or I mean, I've certainly heard from offices, who have had to spend time speaking with constituents because constituents were told to make a records request by somebody online, and it's for something that doesn't exist in that jurisdiction, or they don't even know what they're asking for because they're just forwarding essentially, a mass mailer. But the time that is involved with responding to that, again, you have to respond to that. That's the law. And so that becomes a resource challenge.
More questions?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Thanks so much. I grew up in rural San Juan County, New Mexico. I'm very proud of my state. Thank you so much for your work. My question, I'm Lorelei Kelly. I run a program called GEODS, Georgetown Democracy, Education, and Service. A lot of it is strengthening institutions in the House and Senate. When I was home in New Mexico for the pandemic, where I was taking care of a parent on a farm, I noticed that the people don't really understand what counties do in general, and having lived in a city. And I feel like there's probably a really interesting public education campaign to be done that lets people know about sort of the critical infrastructure of your life that happens at the county level. I mean, there's dogs, dumps, democracy, driving, and documents. And I noticed when I come back to the city that people don't even understand there's 3,000 something counties, and that there might be a way, if you're not a total process nerd and listening to how elections happen, simply to educate the public about how vital counties are. And that if you had sort of a unlimited pro bono request to the best communications firms or social media influencers, what do you think that would look like for a whole of nation effort? And I would add, I worked in Congress and at the World Bank on terrorism issues and violent extremism. And some of the most interesting case studies of countries was these whole of nation efforts where you had everything from the entertainment industry to school teachers talking about how we all go forward together. Has anybody thought about that? Or that seems like something that's perfect between now and 2024.
I'll jump in there just to quickly say, I mean, if we were going to have a civics education conversation, I mean, one that's more than a whole conference to itself. I mean, I do think this is a huge deal. I do think that, you know, again, I'll speak for myself here. You know, that is a tough nut to crack. But you know, I mean, I think it starts with certainly, you know, more civics education in schools. I think it's people understanding, to your point, you know, where these services come from, and I would certainly love to see more of it. I mean, I think it is critical, but it's a big challenge, and again, another huge resource investment.
And I think the challenge with a whole of nation effort like that, and everyone here knows, elections are run predominantly at the county level, sometimes at the state level. Every jurisdiction is so unique in how they administer their elections, even within the same state, that you'd have to be really nuanced and careful in how you're communicating that to the voters so that you're not accidentally misinforming them on what happens where they live. So resourcing it or providing guidelines at a national level could be extremely helpful. But then we have to dig down really to the county level to get that communication efforts across. And as a commissioner, you know, we go around the city everywhere. I mean, I'm at as many civic associations, events as I can be at, talking to voters at jazz nights and at their community centers, just to make sure that they're informed about what to expect when they go vote. And it takes a lot of manpower and a lot of long nights and a lot of missed bedtimes for the kids to be able to do that. So there has to be a way, as you suggested, to try and resource that and make it a broader approach, but you have to do it carefully.
Natalie, you must have some thoughts on this. I'd love a county official's perspective on it.
Well, you know, I have joked a lot about how, you know, I think that, you know, our stories need to kind of go mainstream a little bit, like a Parks and Rec type sitcom. And I mean, it is a joke, but I'm kind of serious too, because, you know, with all the serious talk that we have about elections, you don't really get all of the goofiness that happens in our offices. Sometimes the, you know, stuff that you wouldn't believe goes on behind the scenes, like the guy who, you know, hasn't heard about how his election results ended up. He was a candidate because he was in jail for biting somebody. You know, right? You know, you just don't get all of that when, you know, you are on panels like this. You know, it might be nice to have a little bit of a bird's eye view, not because we should use sitcoms to educate people, but you know, there's just something about elections that are only cool to geeks like us, right? I want them to be cool to everyone. I want people to be like, oh yeah, that's how you do vote by mail. I think that's where you start, you know?
I love being in the club. Maggie, did you want to add anything?
I mean, I will just add, I agree with the point of all of the levels of government in this country. I think county government is sort of the most obscure to folks. And I would like to start with my commissioners understanding what their job is. I don't think they want me coming to their county telling them how to do dogs, dumps, and driving. Likewise, I don't want them making election policy because that's not their job. But I, you know, all humor aside, or sassiness aside, really, when I was at the county level for 10 years, and I knew, there's all this incredible, important stuff going on, and we would have maybe 3 people, you know how does the regulars that show up to testify about whatever their pet issue is before every commission hearing, but man, if we had an animal control ordinance on the agenda, that room would be full, right? But that's about it. And so I think just demystifying local government is important. One thing I think was good about COVID, many bad things, is that I think that was part of the reason we did have such great turnout in 2020, because people really started to realize the impact that state and local government had on their daily lives. And so whatever we can do to continue to sort of expand that understanding is a plus.
I know we're committing the sin of running into lunch here. Can we take a couple more minutes for questions before we wrap this up? Or?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll keep it very quick. My name is Roberta Braga. I'm Director of Counter Disinformation Strategies at ECIS, and we work directly with Latino voters in the US. I previously worked on Latin America. So my question is, we've talked a lot about the importance of sort of pre-bunking about the elections process, informing, explaining proactively. And I wondered if you could share a little bit more, given that we have New Mexico and Nevada represented today, about any efforts from your offices this past year in doing so in non-English languages for those constituents, and what opportunities you see in the future. I know there are a lot of issues with resources, but are there partnerships that you could foresee, or other opportunities where organizations like ours, for example, could lend a hand with that?
I'll just start by saying, so first of all, I'm intensely aware of the challenges of mis and disinformation, particularly in Spanish language in and among the Latino communities in the state, in the country. New Mexico is rare because our Spanish-speaking folks have been in the state for hundreds of years. And everything that we do in elections in New Mexico is done in both English and Spanish by a constitutional mandate. I am one of the only election officials in the state that speaks Spanish. I routinely do interviews on Spanish language TV and radio, but there's always more that we need to be doing in terms of translating all of our social media. We've added, I think, effective translation to our website, but there needs to be more, I think, direct outreach. And so I will just say, yes, I'd love to talk to you about how we can work together to do a better job.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for the question. This is something actually that is really important to me personally. Philadelphia, for the first time after the census, we added a new language for our Section 203 requirements. So for decades, Philadelphia had to do everything in English and Spanish, and we now added Chinese to our repertoire of languages that we were required to provide resources in by federal law. But we wanted to go even beyond that. So we actually proposed and passed a policy at the Commissioners Board meeting where we expanded to an additional 6 languages for a lot of our resources, from Russian and Vietnamese to Khmer, Portuguese, Arabic. I mean, we really wanted to take seriously reaching out to as many voters as possible in Philadelphia to make sure that they were informed about the elections and protected from mis and disinformation in languages other than English. So it's really important that we do everything in our power to reach as many voters as possible, and language access is one way we can do that.
So at the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, one of the challenges of doing anything at the national level or 50-state level is that each state runs elections in its own unique way. And to me, this is one of those areas that we've been able to do a lot of work on recently that I've been really proud of. Accessibility broadly is a 50-state issue. Language accessibility is a 50-state issue. And so we've produced a number of resources to help election officials. I think that's a big deal. We've made the federal voter registration application available in more languages than it's ever been. I think that's great as well. And more broadly, I think an important piece of your question is that, and to tie into the one earlier, to me, combating mis and disinformation is sort of a two-sided coin. One side of that is fact-checking and getting accurate information out there. And one side of that is voter education. And I think too often, again, when we're facing the broader resource challenges that we see, and election offices are deciding, what they can and can't afford to do, they have to look at their statutory mandates and fill those first. And too often, voter education, that comes at the cost of voter education. And so when we're talking about resourcing, I think that's a huge piece of that. And then to be able to meet voters where they are in their communities, in their languages, is a critical piece of that.
For me, because I come from a jurisdiction that's fairly small, I depend on others to bring resources to me, and the sort of main conduit of communications in other languages is from the Secretary of State's office, and they do have these prepackaged election toolkits that we can use. I mean, I will say that my county is probably one of the least diverse in California. So, there is not sort of a huge demand for other languages, but there's also sort of a stigma for people who do sort of prefer election materials in other languages. So we do want to sort of address that. But up until this point, we hadn't even had a person who was sort of dedicated to social media to see what people were talking about. I mean, it's scary when I'm the person who has the most communications experience, and it's only because I have like the social media accounts. I definitely could use, a little bit of those sweet EAC funds to do some more communications. But yeah, it's a process.
All right, well, as much as I hate to be in the position of cutting off questions instead of just keeping them going continuously, I think I'm going to get the hook if I don't let you all go have lunch. So I'm supposed to tell everyone to go down to the 3rd floor, but I first just want to thank all of our panelists for being here, for having this wonderful conversation with me, and for being so gracious about it and sharing all they know. So thank you very much.
One more thing on the lunch. So we have a really exciting lunch planned. We have about an hour to an hour and a half till 1:30. It's sponsored by the MIT Election Data Science Lab. After the academics get a chance to eat, we're going to have 15 stationed around the lunchroom on the 3rd floor presenting their research. They have big posters down there, so please go around, ask them questions. These are like the new, fresh off the press research from this year about the election, so please go talk to them. Thank you all so much for coming. Be back here at 1:30 for the next panel.
So if we were to do the housing summit here, this would basically be where the summit would be. Well, we could do a 1 or 2. Much stuff.
in this room for about the last 5 years, following the giant footsteps of Pam Fessler, who's here somewhere. Yeah, exactly. I want to give her a round of applause. But yeah, 5 years covering voting has simultaneously felt like a very short amount of time, and also I've gotten to watch like 6 evolutions in all of your jobs in the last few years, and following 2016, and election interference, and cybersecurity, and Russia. And then 2020, when there was this giant conversation over how are we going to hold many elections all at once, or how are we going to pay for hand sanitizer, how are we going to pay for masks, how are we going to get poll workers? And then the last 2 years, obviously, we've seen this basically become an information war, where we have tens of millions of Americans who do not trust the validity of American elections, and that has had ripple effects for everybody. It's had ripple effects in the media, it's had ripple effects for state legislators and election officials. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is the most important people in voting, the people at the state and local level. So to do that, we have a great panel here today. I'm just going to give real quick introductions for everybody we've got, and then I'm going to get out of the way and just let them kind of take over. We've got Pennsylvania State Senator David Argel. He represents 260,000 people in northeastern Pennsylvania. He served as the chairman of the Senate State Government Committee for the 2021-2022 legislative session, with oversight over election law and constitutional amendments. And he has often described this work as working in a chamber filled with gas fumes with several open flames burning nearby. Judd Choate is the state election director of Colorado and the former president of the National Association of State Election Directors. He has a law degree from the University of Colorado and a PhD from Purdue University. And fun fact, he used to be a baseball scout for the Kansas City Royals. Catherine Harper is the executive director of the Missouri Association of County Clerks and Election Authorities. A former election official herself, Catherine began her current job this year to help clerks in Missouri to organize and become more active specifically with state legislation. She served on the ESC Board of Advisors and has taught election administration courses at the University of Missouri Honors College. And last but certainly not least, North Carolina State Senator Natalie Murdoch represents District 20 in North Carolina, which encompasses Durham County. Prior to her current elected office, Murdoch served in a number of positions within government in North Carolina, most recently as the Deputy Director of Communication for the North Carolina Department of Justice, and she also worked on the Biden-Harris 2020 campaign in North Carolina. So thank you guys all for being here. I'm really excited to talk through some of this stuff. Also, I'm going to give a couple reminders. We are going to have a Q&A with everybody in the room here at the end after we've chatted for a little while. But everybody who's watching on the live stream, please feel free to send your questions via the YouTube chat, or you can also tweet a question with hashtag ElectionSummit2022. We'll be monitoring those and we'll make sure to get those questions in too. So I want to start with all of you guys. We've talked a little bit before this panel started. And I think one of the interesting things, voting has become such a polarized, nationalized issue that feels existential, feels like the two parties can never agree on anything. And yet in each one of your states, there has been an example of some sort of bipartisan compromise on election issues. I kind of want to just go down the line and have you talk through those, and then we can kind of center in on some specific issues. So Senator, if you want to start.
Sure. The first one that we thought we had an agreement on was voter ID. It passed the House, it passed the Senate, the governor vetoed it. So that one was the almost, but not quite. But the one that finally did get through this session on a pretty considerable bipartisan vote, and understand Pennsylvania divided government, okay? Democratic executive, Republican majorities in the legislature in this last session, was to outlaw the dark money. After the whole Zuckerbucks issue, there were a lot of people on both sides saying, look, there needs to be a better way to fund our elections at the local and the county level than money coming from not quite sure where. And so the deal was, however, and the administrators will appreciate this, said, okay, but if you're taking that money away, where the hell is the money going to come from? And so we came up with a grant program to make sure that the local administration was funded. That one did pass the House, did pass the Senate, and glory be, the governor signed it. And so there's one example where we got something good accomplished.
Our example would be Colorado had an insider threat issue that arose after the 2020 election. where we had 2 county clerks, one very visibly and one less visibly, who broke into their own systems, their own voting systems, and in doing so, accessed and made copies of the underlying data in those systems, in addition to the kinds of information that you would retain just as in the natural course of business after an election. So we passed an insider threat bill that made it illegal to access the components of your voting system if you're not permitted to do so, to change or alter your voting system, to disobey the orders of the Department of State, including orders related to election security or security related to the voter registration database. It also required certification of those people who run our elections. So if you were a DEO, a designated election official in our state, you have to take 13 classes ranging from as short as a half an hour to as long as 4 hours plus to be certified to run an election, and then you have to keep your certification up to be able to maintain your ability to run elections. So we had that insider threat bill. That was a bipartisan bill. We also had a bill to protect our elections officials. So if you think about it, we were protecting the systems from the election officials, and then we were protecting the elections officials from everybody else. So we had sort of the 2 sides of that coin. And that prevented or prevents doxing of election officials, which is putting your information out on the internet in a way that's designed to harass or intimidate you. And then some other things like your ability to take your information off of public websites, take it out of the public view if you're an election official. Before that bill, I had to demonstrate that I was under threat to be able to do that. Now I can just do it because I'm an official in elections. So those were ways in which we were able to bring together Democrats and Republicans to find good courses to help protect our elections.
Catherine.
So in Missouri, probably the best way to explain bipartisanship is that we had a bill that passed that coupled photo ID along with 2 weeks of no excuse absentee voting. And we coupled it together so that if it was thrown out by the courts, both would be thrown out. And it came through, and our election administrators did a great job in the 11th hour of getting that bill implemented in Missouri. Outside of the legislature, bipartisanship exists in our association because we have Democratic and Republican election directors and county clerks in Missouri, and we get together in a bipartisan fashion. A lot of us don't even realize the party that we're with, and we work together to bring election administration to the forefront in the legislature.
Yeah, in North Carolina, luckily, we do have a great example. Really, at the height of COVID, we were able to work in a bipartisan fashion in a number of ways. Even the budget we passed at that time was unanimous, which definitely does not happen a lot. To give the composition of North Carolina divided government, we have a Democratic governor, Republican majorities in the House and Senate. And at the time, we were able to uphold vetoes in the House and Senate. Now in the Senate, we're in the super minority by 1. But the bipartisan election bill really was because of COVID, and we really were able to come together. We provided more funding, as you mentioned earlier, to our boards of elections that just did not have the financing that they needed to try to administer an election when you wanted safety. Those masks and gloves and hand sanitizer you mentioned are very real concern. Being able to pay our poll workers more, knowing that a lot of seniors just were not comfortable serving as administrators. And when I talk about administrators, we have them here today, but my father was one for 20 years. He was chief precinct judge, and there was no way, that he was comfortable being out there, being 70 plus years old. A lot of those workers are older, so we really, really wanted to not only recruit younger workers, but make sure those seniors felt comfortable being there. To kind of, get more folks interested in doing that work. Another really big one for us, we do have absentee voting in North Carolina, have for some years. So really in part to a lot of nonpartisan organizations in North Carolina, far too many to name, you are able to register and vote on the same day for early voting. We have a pretty expansive early voting window, so we knew we wanted to preserve that. But with COVID, we were really concerned about the absentee ballots. You needed 2 witnesses to turn those ballots in. Again, with COVID, what if you lived alone? What if you're not comfortable getting those signatures? So we were able to get that down to 1 witness that would have to sign that ballot, which was a huge, huge win for us in North Carolina. I think another big one was the mail. You would receive those ballots for a few days after, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, then those votes would count. So we did have a bipartisan omnibus bill in North Carolina at the height of 2020 that we were very excited about, but with the caveat, what was concerning is we had a voter ID case. We don't currently utilize voter ID in North Carolina. It was included in a constitutional amendment, but the court said that it was too aggressive. And what was slipped into the bipartisan bill was voter ID availability for those. You could utilize it if you were on public assistance. And you may say, oh, no, that's great. But we knew that that was added in there because of that case that was already being litigated. So that piece of it was added in there as well.
I want to start, we're going to talk about all of your individual states, but I feel like as a voting reporter, I've spent a lot of time thinking about Pennsylvania, and I think a lot of people in this room have probably spent a lot of time thinking about Pennsylvania and election laws, specifically because I'm curious to hear your perspective, Senator, on the election law that wasn't passed. Since 2020, we've been talking a lot about how local election administrators in Pennsylvania cannot process mail ballots before Election Day, and this led to a lot of fear before this election that it was going to take days, right? And obviously that did not come to pass. But I guess, A, from your perspective, why hasn't the legislature done this thing that most other states do? And then B, is there any chance in the next couple of years that the legislature will allow county clerks to do that work?
We will certainly try again. I had introduced the bill with my minority chairman, Sharif Street is the Democratic chairman of my committee. He and I could not have more different districts. I'm rural, upstate. My county, I think Donald Trump carried every single precinct in 2016. Teddy Roosevelt didn't do that. Abraham Lincoln didn't do that. And so he's also chairman of Democratic State Committee. So he and I come from very different perspectives. On this issue, we agreed. Put it in, couldn't get it out of committee because it's very hard to get one thing done on election reform. Lots of well-meaning people come in and say, how about this? And the more you tack on, eventually the thing just died of its own weight, and that's what happened to us there.
So is that this is going to happen in the next couple of years or not?
Stay tuned.
Okay. On that point that you touch on, I think I've talked about this with Catherine earlier this morning. With elections, the rural-urban divide feels like a real, it almost feels like in some cases, election officials have the same title but completely different jobs. How do you guys deal with trying to represent all of the different interests of these election officials? Judd and Catherine, if you want to start.
Well, I'll just say that, and I may be stealing Catherine's answer here, but we have a really strong association, and that association sort of breaks down those large to small, both geographic and population differences. The association and the state find that we're in opposition, a quarter of the time or so, and it's always a little difficult when you are in opposition because then you're not giving a clear direction for legislators and for policymakers who are trying to figure that stuff out. But 3/4 of the time, 2/3 of the time, we are in very close alignment. And on the need for all of the counties to sort of operate on the same, in the same ways and have the same resources and implement policies in the same kinds of ways, we're very much in alignment. And for that reason, we're able to work together and get policies passed that could really help all the counties. Also get them to do the things that we need them to do in approximately the same way. So, for instance, we get sued a lot in elections. When we get sued, they don't usually pick off people. The suits that we get are not about this county is doing it wrong. It's about your state is doing it wrong. And the reason why that it's not a county-specific thing is we're typically doing it about the same way. And so I think that that helps us in the long run.
I'm going to take a moment and just give a shout out to the Colorado Association of County Clerks and the executive director, Matt Crane. He's been a mentor and you guys do an excellent job in Colorado and in Ohio with Aaron Okerman. So Missouri this year has, for the first time, joined just a handful of states of creating the position of executive director. So, and I'm the first one. And that's something that we've really worked on because there is the dynamic between the rural and urban population, between funding and not funding, between running only elections and also being a county clerk where you're the chief budget officer, chief financial officer, and you're also the person at the end of the day who may be cleaning the toilets, right? And so how do you bring that together in order to make sure that citizens have the same experience across the state, right? So when they go to the polls, it's similar. They have the same access. And it's been difficult. It's been really difficult. And it's something that is contentious in our state, but in our association, but we work together to try to find that. And some of our greatest ideas come from our urban communities in Kansas City and St. Louis. They have these great ideas. They're so creative. They're able to go to Election Center. They're able to bring that back. And the rural communities who don't have the same access to education can implement them. So I wouldn't be here today without that, collaboration. But it is really important to discuss.
Senators, I'm curious, when you talk to voters in your communities, what do they tell you about how confident they are or not confident in the current election system? What are you hearing in your communities?
Yeah, it really is a mixed bag, and I'm glad you opened it up with it's really concerning to me. I'm been voting in North Carolina, since 18. I'm now 38, and it's just really concerning to me that so many folks do not have faith in our electoral system. And I think for me as an elected official, I take it very seriously, and I'm not okay with folks making things up. I'm not okay with folks saying things that they know that are false. And it really, really needs to stop. I just wish we had more leaders with the integrity to say, I lost, I'm gonna pack up and go home, and that's okay. It's okay, that is your right. But I do hear from voters all the time that do have those serious concerns, that don't trust the process. And it's nothing that's going to change overnight. I think it's just going to take time. But I will say for me, I think this cycle went better than I thought. I was really concerned about what was going to happen when we received our election results. Luckily in North Carolina, we do a ton of mail-in voting, but we count those as they come in. Our results come in pretty quickly. We actually did have a cyber scare in 2016 that I was sharing with some of the panelists in my county. In Durham County, we are a very blue county, so we were targeted then. And also your point about that urban-rural divide, because our county is one of the larger counties, the county commissioners provided the funding needed to say, we will secure everything. We have a phenomenal director, so we have faith in our systems, but I'm seeing more of elected officials alleging that things are occurring that aren't occurring, and I don't think that's helpful to citizens having faith in that system.
Let me go Professor Argel on you.
Yeah, please.
I've taught some classes back home for Penn State, and there's a thing called Miles's Law of Governmental Behavior, which essentially indicates where you stand depends on where you sit. And so for a state senator, if your constituents are not happy, you better not be happy. And so for the last 2 years, it's been brutal. I've told any number of folks, I literally could not walk my dog in my own neighborhood without people complaining to me about things that they had thought or feared or heard that had gone wrong with the administration of several elections. The other day, one of my neighbors complained to me about property taxes. I wanted to hug him. So I do think maybe that cycle has started to decrease a bit, and perhaps people, because I mean, when people don't trust the administration, the elections, results,
I mean, that's fundamental. That strikes at the whole core of the system. And so it's been bad, but I hope that we're working our way through it.
Well, and that's what I was going to ask, is I have been hearing in my conversations over the last couple of weeks since this election, optimism in a way that I have not heard in years. But what does this say for 2024? Has the fever broken on a lot of this election denial?
We'll see. But I mean, and this goes back years. I was still in the House, so this is at least 13 years ago. I was the whip, the assistant leader. The leader was off doing budget negotiations, and one of our members brought up a bill that none of us had ever heard of before. It was a floor amendment for voter ID. It was the very first time it had ever been discussed. In our caucus, like, yeah, go ahead, throw it up there. We brought it up to the floor. The other side, is batshit crazy a technical term? I mean, the other side really went crazy. And I remember the leader coming back to me and saying, Argle, what did you do? I was like, sorry, boss. And so I think that was the first idea that we had, that some of these issues that to one side look like motherhood and apple pie, the other side doesn't look at them that way at all. And so it's been going for a while, but yeah, I do think we're probably going to move on to at least some other issues, as well as maybe try to track down some of the answers on the elections as well. We're not going to just be focused on that.
I'd love to be complaining about property taxes right now. I'm also an accountant, right? And I'm a little bit optimistic, but we talked about this at dinner last night. You know, I think the rhetoric is still here, and there may be some groups that have lost some steam, but it's seeped into the average citizen. So when you're sitting at the Thanksgiving table, your uncle's gonna chime in and say, hey, tell me a little bit more. I think that some of the stuff, I watched this movie and I think that might be true, and I bought a pillow, right? And it's scary because this is your family, these are your friends, and suddenly you're losing that trust and they're affecting you. I'm sure it's your father has heard some of it too, and it's hard. That trust is gonna take time to bring back. So while maybe some of the more active actors are slowing down a little bit, I think the long-term damage, if that's the right word, has been there. So it's up to us to make sure that we still build that confidence, continuing to get people involved, continuing to get election administrators at the table, continuing to build trust in our communities.
For a while, to be a successful election administrator was kind of like, do your job, and if no one talks about you, that means you did a really good job. I feel like the fact that your job exists at all, as like you were like basically saying, no, I need to be a megaphone for these people. How is it kind of emblematic of how the job or the responsibilities of election administrators has changed?
You know, I think that it's changed significantly. It's put a lot of weight on individuals that, in our association, a lot of us are introverts, right? We're quiet, we're more like accountants. Maybe not Judd. But, you know, and it's brought a lot of attention to them, and that they're feeling this and carrying it, and it's made the conversation about self-care and mental health really important too, right? But we go back to education and transparency. Let's get engaged. Let's get our community engaged. Let's get deniers engaged. Let's get our legislature engaged. We want you there hand counting, right, when we're at pre-testing and post-testing. And I don't know where the conversation is going from here. And so that's why I love opportunities like this. And I'm so grateful to be here. Shout out, thank you to BPC for hosting, because this is information that we're able to bring back to our states and communities.
Judd, have you felt like the job of election administrator has shifted since you went into this field?
Oh, absolutely. It's like every time you turn around, you have to develop a new skill. If you think about like what's happened in the last 20 years, I haven't been in it for 20 years, but if you go back to 2000, a bunch of people that were really not trained to be sophisticated technologists suddenly had to become them. And then as we got past 2000 and into the certification of equipment and buying equipment, and then you have the MOVE Act, and you really gets us into a different kind of technology for Military and Overseas Act, for military and overseas voters. And then the Russians hit. Suddenly we have to become intelligence folks, and we have to have a much different level of understanding of technology. And then denialism. It's just, I mean, honestly, it makes your head spin. We're all moving. We're finding ourselves adjusting really at a level that we're not able to sort of educate ourselves on, because you can't even build that infrastructure in your own office, because there may not be that talent available to go out and bring in an election security person, or bring in somebody who is really good at audits, because those people don't grow on trees. So it's been very difficult. I would say though that there is help out there. There are associations. I'm in a great association, the National Association of State Election Directors. There are other great associations that many people that are in elections are in. And there's the federal government. If the federal government would give us the kinds of resources that we need, and they've made some, halting attempts to do that without much success. I would suggest to my friends and colleagues in that world that they should try harder.
As you mentioned, election administration, very complicated, even for people who are spending all of their time thinking about it. You're still having to learn a new skill every week or every month. For legislators, how hard is it you guys are in charge of writing the rules for how these people operate these systems. I guess how hard has it been to get up to speed and feel like you have a good enough understanding of these issues to be able to say how they're going to work?
Honestly, it's a lot of events like this. Morvie Harper is going on actually in my state, so I'm actually looking forward to that workshop later on today. So we're constantly taking in information. We're constantly talking with attorneys, election officials, constantly just kind of taking in all of that information, because I think you summed it up perfectly. So much of it has changed even since I've been a legislator. I came in 2020 during COVID. Who would have known you had to figure out how to legislate an election during a global pandemic? I mean, that's just something that you do not learn in your orientation as a legislator. You just have to kind of figure it out and really say, what makes the most sense and try to do the best that you can. But luckily or I shouldn't say luckily. So in North Carolina, since we don't have term limits, we do still have a lot of folks who have been working on this for years and decades even. Our minority leader previously was Speaker of the House many moons ago. So that wealth of knowledge that we have within our caucus not only makes it really, really helpful. One specific example I'll use, one of our veterans on the floor, there was a bill, North Carolina's version of election integrity bill, would have said that if your ballot was turned in after 5 p.m. by mail, that that vote wouldn't count. And immediately, our veteran legislators were able to file an amendment to say, well, wait a minute, what if you're physically voting and you're there and in line by 7:30, you can still vote. So why would it be different if it's mail, especially coming off of how slow the mail was? But at any rate, those are examples where, particularly when you're in the minority, you have to be very quick on your feet. So I think it's not only constantly learning, it's always being ready for not knowing what the strategy is going to be. You have to just be quick. And in North Carolina, what we've done is really look at other states. Like the election integrity legislation, we knew it was coming. Other states already had it. So we're constantly, honestly looking to see what's going on in other states so that we can be prepared to have a good defense in North Carolina.
I mean, I don't have to tell any of you, it's wicked complicated and it's controversial. Several years ago, we had a bill that we thought moved the elections processes ahead on a bipartisan manner in Pennsylvania. The Republicans, there was no discussion about drop boxes. Department of State and the governor read the bill. I said, oh yeah, see that word? It's in there. And we're like, whoa. Courts agreed with the governor. And so there was a major change that was made that the legislature did not believe it had made. And so words matter, details matter. I don't remember now if it was a signature or a date issue. We had a very, very close state Senate election 2 years ago out in the Pittsburgh suburbs. One county said, we're going to do it this way. The next county in the same Senate district said, no, we're going to do it another way. You can understand how that can make people very, very anxious. And the courts, state Supreme Court said, bad idea, we're going to let it go this time, don't do it again. Not exactly a ringing ruling. We appealed it to the federal Supreme Court, and they said, nah, we don't want to deal with it. And so it really does matter where you put that comma, and hope to God that the word that you're using in the statute is one that the justices will agree with you on. So no, it's hairy.
I want to open up to questions. Anyone in the room have a question for our fine panelists? Yeah. Do we have a microphone, or should we? Up in the front. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. Andy Craig, I'm with the Rainey Center. One of the biggest, it kind of flew under the radar, but administration fiascos we had this year was Michigan with the petitions for the Republican primary for governor. And so both kind of on the administrative side and on the legislative side, I wonder if that's something that's come up in terms of looking at options for the number of signatures required, the process of verifying, rules about petitioners, and if there's any possibility for, hopefully some bipartisan action on that. Matters more in some states than others. I know Colorado has very easy.
I'll just say that that's pretty much the toughest job that any elections administrator does, because there's really no way to get it right. You are either accepting signatures or accepting entries that somebody else doesn't think you should, or you're disallowing people who are just trying to, further their democratic principles by signing on a form, and you are rejecting it for some arbitrary reason. The two sides are really aggressive, frankly, our laws, I think, are very similar as in other states, and that is that we have strict compliance, but then the courts can look at this and they don't have as tight a compliance. They can have a compliance which sort of, is more flexible. And so we see something and we say, no, that doesn't meet our very exacting standards, and then the court can say, no, that's close enough. So we find ourselves in that sort of difficult position, and I think a lot of states are in that position. But you all should know that figuring out who can get on the ballot and how they get on the ballot and so forth is really complicated, really difficult. It involves a lot of people who are largely out of our control. And we've discovered over the last several years several instances of fraud where people go through the phone book and they just add people's names, and they're brazen enough about it that they'll do them in the same script, page after page after page. And you can spot them, but then some of them are smart enough to do them only on line 13 every page and pass it around. They have a signature party. This stuff is really hard. And frankly, there are software solutions out there, but again, no money to do that kind of upgrade to be able to match software with the need. So that is a really difficult problem that we struggle with.
Again, the details are going to matter. The only time that I remember the subject of petitions coming before the legislature, I was still in the House. I need 500 signatures to get on the ballot to represent 250,000 people. That doesn't sound like that big a deal, except there are some Senate districts where it's really hard to find 500 Republicans. So the bill that came forth, I think, said that there was some kind of percentage that if it's really, really hard, hopefully we said it better than that, you could have a lower number. But we were accused of being racists because it really, if you look at where it impacted, it did help Republicans in heavily Democratic seats in Philadelphia, where quite honestly, unless there's a miracle, we're not going to win anyway, but we can't even get people on the ballot. And so we thought we had a solution. It went nowhere.
Your question?
Yeah, sure. So, hi, folks. Jaden Klubeck from the Milken Center for Advancing the American Dream. And I'm curious to ask, since we have legislators and administrators on the panel, what do you see as the benefits and the drawbacks and just the logistics of making Election Day a holiday for both state parties and, state elections, federal elections, and just how did you reach that conclusion yourself? Thank you.
I have an opinion.
I see.
No, it's a bad idea, and the reason why it's a bad idea is because you lose a lot of your workers then. So who is going to run your polling places if they have a holiday and they get that day off from work already? And we're all looking for younger and more sophisticated people who can operate technology. You're going to struggle to find those people when that's a day off from work for them. If it's something that they can, work with their bosses to make sure that they, get that day just to do their public service, that's different. And we're a state that most of our voters vote by mail, and so, or at least get a mail ballot and then they vote them in a drop box. So we don't really even need that many polling places. We had 366 polling places in the entire state of Colorado in the just finished general election. So, if there's 10 people in each one of those locations, we only need a couple of thousand people. I mean, we need 3,500 people or so. And then you have people working behind the scenes. But if you think about it, in a state where there's a lot of polling places, who's going to be in those polling places if you make it a holiday and make it so much more difficult for those people to come and work on that day?
One of the things in Missouri we started was 2 weeks of no excuse absentee voting, and that's big for our state because Missourians are against early voting. So by expanding Election Day and allowing more opportunity for people to come forward, we found that to be really beneficial as election administrators, because a lot of individuals who need to change an address or maybe their process is going to be a little bit longer, they can come beforehand on those few days. And so I don't want to speak from our membership on a holiday because that's something for them to consider, but we seem to be going in favor of expanding it versus keeping it to one day.
Yeah, in North Carolina, we have filed that legislation a number of times. I think earlier, the good senator out of Pennsylvania used a really good example with a lot of our election bills. The ones that move forward are omnibus bills, but we still have specific legislation around these sorts of issues where we don't have a consensus. But I filed it simply because before becoming a state senator, I also was first vice chair of my county Democratic Party. And every single, and precinct chair, I'm still precinct chair. I don't know how that happened. So I'm still chair of my precinct. But they got together and said, we decided on this. I'm like, but you didn't consult me. But at any rate, every single election towards the end of election day, there are always individuals, wrong precinct. And in North Carolina, if you show up on election day and you're at the wrong precinct, you have to vote a provisional ballot, which is treated differently. It is what it is. And unfortunately, what I'm really concerned about, I think a lot of folks just end up not voting. So for me, the reason that, but I do thank you for that different viewpoint of the staffing. So if we were to work through that, just a little bit more about my background. I mean, I basic, regular middle class background, but before that, my grandmother was a cafeteria worker. So with the labor work that I've done, I'm still concerned about folks that only have, that 1 hour lunch break. And if the line is really long, or if there is an issue with an address, or which actually happened on one of our campuses. We have a lot of college campuses in North Carolina. And at one of our historically Black colleges, we actually had over 100 students that had an address issue. And even though they were students, what if that's just a person that comes to vote? And so I like the idea of it because it gives you more time to work through those issues. And specifically in North Carolina, the reason that that's relevant is a lot of our elections are very close. Our Chief Justice in 2020 only lost by 401 votes. So I believe in making it easier to vote, because when you shave off, for whatever reason, 5 votes here, 10 votes there, 20 votes there at the precinct level, when you add that up, it has very, very real consequences. So it is legislation that I've filed in 2 sessions to make it a holiday.
I've got, oh, yeah, there we go.
Hi, I'm Matt Germer from the R Street Institute. I'd like to do a little cross-pollination, if I could, between panels. From the one I was on earlier today, we talked about federal involvement in elections, or to what extent that should happen, particularly around funding. I would like to ask this panel, your viewpoint, funding for elections comes at different levels, counties, states, federal government. What is the right mix to you, and what role should the federal government play in state and local budget making when it comes to elections?
That's a good question.
I think as administrators, we just want to see it funded, right? So this last year in Missouri, nonprofit and third-party money was taken away. The state did, for the first time, come in and promised to bring some funding, but a lot of our federal dollars do get caught up at the state level, and it doesn't come down to us. So we just want to make sure we have enough money to do what we need to do to have safe, secure elections. I don't know if we're necessarily too concerned about the source.
I'll tell you my real estate perspective on this, which is that when a Colorado county creates a ballot, they work with their city, their school board, their special district, their county to build that ballot. And there are spaces on the ballot for each one of those jurisdictions, and they have to buy that space. And if you have this much space on that ballot, it costs this much. And if you have 20,000 people that goes to, and it's this much space, then that's the calculation. Well, I think the federal government has the best real estate on the ballot. It's right up front, it's right on the top, it's the big chunk of it, and they don't pay a dime for it. And everybody else in that equation pays for that real estate. And they should be paying for that real estate. And it would also create a really nice continuous money. Like we would get it for every federal election, and you could map out what you're going to use that money for. Because right now, we have no idea when we're going to get money. We might get money next month, who knows? Yeah. We may not get money next month. But and often there are deadlines on the use of that money. You have to use it in 5 years. You have to use it in 1 year. The CARES money came, and we had like 9 months to be able to spend it. True. So you can't plan, you can't budget when the money comes in that kind of weirdly organic way. You need to have something that's solid, that you can depend on, and that you can plan based on. And if they would just pay for the real estate on the ballot that they consume, then we would have that sure funding source, and we would be able to use it over time. So that would be my suggestion to the federal government.
Yeah, I wanted to add, I think that's also relevant to the discussion earlier when you talk about urban-rural divide. I mean, in my new district, I have South Durham County, but all of Chatham County, so I can see the differences. So the Research Triangle Park, Duke University are in my district, so we're a district that has a lot of money. So our county commission, they're in a position to say, oh, we'll pay for it. If there's issues, we literally can put millions of dollars into this. Those rural, smaller counties, they don't have the budgets to do that. So I also think when you talk about equity and safety and making sure things are done the right way, having that funding really, really is critical. In North Carolina, we didn't move forward with the legislation that was going around nationwide for various reasons around nonprofit funding. They're still able to do that. But we know that the need is there, because it does require more sophistication, more skill. And I love that real estate example, particularly with the drop-off, right? I mean, how many elections you definitely know more than anyone where they vote at the top and then just leave. So they should pay for that. Yeah. They should pay for being on the top, the top of that ballot there. I think there should be some federal coordination of some sort for funding.
Any last words, Senator?
Just that whole interplay between what the states should do, what the federal government could do. We're always complaining in the legislature that the feds make all these rules about education, and then they fund about this tiny piece of education, and we're stuck. So I guess I'd just be careful. I guess major case now pending before the United States Supreme Court on that whole argument between state and federal government, the courts, the legislature. I would just be nervous that if they start to send us money, they might have some ideas on telling us what to do, 23 hours a day as well.
Great. All right, well, thank you guys so much for watching. That was fantastic. Thanks to our panelists.
Okay. That went fast.
are starting our next panel in 1 minute. I encourage you to find your seats and get ready to hear from Naomi Nix, Katie Harbath, Renee DiResta, and Rose Jackson. Thank you. All right, we're going to get started with our next panel. Naomi, take it away.
She'll be a little out of commission for that, but yeah, sometimes. Good afternoon. My name is Naomi Nix. I'm a reporter for the Washington Post, where I cover technology companies, primarily social media companies, and how they police speech online. And today I'm really excited because we're going to be discussing how did the social media platforms this year grapple with trying to police political content in a year in which there was a lot of interesting questions before them. We were about 2 years out after January 6th, in which many of the activists who attacked the Capitol had gotten a lot of disinformation about the results of the 2020 election online. And we were in a year in which there were hundreds of races up for grabs, and social media companies who were trying to balance their desire to police speech while also shoring up some of their business practices in an uncertain economy. And so we have what I think is really a rock star lineup of guests to talk about all those issues. I have spoken with them before. They're true experts in their fields. And I'm gonna ask you to start off by introducing a little bit about kind of your background and how you've been approaching these topics. And then we'll dive into some questions and then hopefully get some questions from the audience as well. So why don't we start in the order closest to me. So Rose, why don't you start us off?
Thank you. My name is Rose Jackson. I'm the director of the Democracy and Tech Initiative, which is housed at the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab. It's the longest name that you've ever heard. I am a former diplomat and entrepreneur and come at these issues as someone that spent years working in international contexts on election security, on democracy and counter-authoritarianism, and then spent a stint in the tech industry. And so now at the Atlantic Council, really look at how the ways tech is funded, built, and governed impact the long-term viability of democracy and human rights globally and at home. And through that, work with a team of about 50 people spread around the world, studying the information environments in their own countries, including here in the United States, which has given us the opportunity to work in close partnership with some of the folks that are on the stage as well. And really looking forward to this conversation. Thanks.
Great, Renee.
I'm Renee DiResta. I'm the Technical Research Manager at Stanford Internet Observatory. We are an interdisciplinary center that studies use and abuse of current information technology. So we don't have a particular focus, but we often will spend about a year working on a longer-term research project that involves trying to understand how rumors form, how narratives spread, how consensus formation happens on the internet. We've done this in the context of elections in 2020 as well as 2022. We looked at conversations around COVID in 2021. Our kind of mandate as a center is to understand, again, abuse vectors. So we are looking particularly at dynamics of inauthentic activity. My prior background, I've been in tech, I've been in quant finance, pretty kind of random collection of prior careers. But I ran one of the teams that did the investigation into the Russian interference from 2016 to 2018 for the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. So I did that investigation into the data provided by the tech platforms. And then we spent quite a bit of time trying to understand differences between state actor dynamics, propaganda campaigns by state actors, and dynamics of propaganda and rumors from domestic actors and entities as well.
Great. Katie?
Hi, my name is Katie Harbath. I'm a fellow here at the Bipartisan Policy Institute on the democracy team, particularly focused on digital democracy. I've been a part of the team now for almost 2 years, and some of the work that we've done this year includes Collier and I wrote a report of looking at the history of tech and elections going back the last 26 years and the different ways that that has evolved over time. Also do a lot of work of looking at the various policies and stuff that do affect this space. Prior to coming to BPC, I was spent 10 years at Facebook, where I was a public policy director that worked with the teams that work with the politicians and governments on using the platform, as well as coordinating all the company's elections work through the end of 2019.
Great. I want to start off with the big picture here. I think there was a lot of fear in the lead up to the elections that the social media giants were not prepared to handle some of the misinformation challenges that they would be facing. And yet after the election, it seemed to be this sense, and feel free to challenge me on the premise, but this sense that perhaps the nightmare scenario didn't happen. So I wonder if each of you could talk a little bit about how you would grade the overall strategy that many of the larger companies deployed. And Katie, I'll start with you, but then Renee and Rose, I hope you pipe in.
So I think the only part of the question I want to the premise that I want to challenge is the fact that we need to remember, and I don't probably need to tell people in this room this, but the midterms are different than a presidential. And so it's just fundamentally you don't have a single race like the presidential one. You don't have as long between election day and the electoral vote being certified for people to organize and everything. And so one of my biggest fears coming out of this midterms is we're going to be like, oh, maybe it's fixed now. Maybe we don't need to keep paying as much attention to this.
And the reason I think part of it was okay was the work of so many of you in this room and the time and effort and money that you put into that. And we need to make sure that we keep that momentum up as we go into 24. For the social media companies, they did put a lot. So this is up to election day. We will not talk about Musk post and everything like that, but like lead up to election day, a lot of the platforms were putting a lot of time and money and effort into this. Renee and Rose can speak to you a little bit in terms of some of the things they found on the foreign interference side, things of that nature. We did see them change some of their rules though, particularly around labeling any of the content that was talking about the 2020 election being fraudulent or something like that, that did raise a lot of questions and concerns. But we also had a lot of newer platforms that were a part of this midterms that frankly do not have as robust systems built up. TikTok is still relatively new in this, in building up a lot of that, not to mention the activity that we did see on platforms like Parler and Getter and Truth Social and other places, the rise and continued use of podcasts and audio and live video that I think, and we saw a lot of advertising shift to the streaming platforms from social media that has just as much micro-targeting capabilities, but no ad transparency efforts to them. And so I think one of the takeaways coming out of this election is that we need to make sure we are still holding the big platforms accountable, but also looking at to where some of this activity is moving to.
Great, and I'm sure we'll dive more into many of those topics, you know, in today's session. But yeah, do either of you have thoughts about just overall grade of how the platforms performed this cycle?
We weren't expecting any significant downturn, really, in engagement. Excuse me. We were interested in what was going to happen with Twitter, but again, the integrity team was still there through Election Day, and we had actually done some work with Twitter in the 3 weeks prior to the election, looking at Iranian and Chinese networks. We can talk about that at some point. But what is interesting is that we can, you know, my team also does kind of policy evaluation. We say policy shapes propagation, depending on where the policy rules are. That places a somewhat interesting constraints around what goes viral. Labeling and reduction from a feed are other modes of platform moderation. It's not only takedowns, which I think get a lot of attention because of the censorship dynamics in that conversation, but there are other ways in which platforms try to enable things to stay up while not necessarily propagating in quite the same way. We did see a number of actors who had been quite prominent in propagating big lie dynamics on election night in 2020 and in the weeks following that actually did not choose to use YouTube streaming, but instead broadcast on Rumble, which is an interesting choice, and I think led to perhaps slightly less attention versus their, you know, kind of ease of discovery on YouTube. So movement again into the alt platforms, but also I think the other channel that had really significantly grown in 2 years was Telegram. And this was because in the immediate days following January 6th, when Facebook began to take down many of the very, very large groups that were organizing and calling for violence around some of the Stop the Steal theories, those groups reconstituted on Telegram and have stayed there over the last 2 years. And so interestingly, again, Telegram doesn't have quite the same virality mechanisms out to the other platforms. Things will spread within channels on Telegram. So the dynamics in organizing and things like that Facebook and Twitter did not tolerate following 2020 moved to this other platform, so they are still very much there. Similarly, we can engage with platforms, major platforms, on things like state actor interference, verifying attribution of networks to state actors. We can do that with Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and major platforms, but those relationships are not in place to do such a thing with Telegram. It's unclear that Telegram would even really kind of go look. And so the dynamics of, we kind of call it like the regulatory arbitrage of content moderation. You do see networks move into places where they're going to have a more favorable set of moderation policies and take hold there. And so that adaptation is something that is continually shifting as the internet moves into perhaps a more decentralized future.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. The theme that we're all coming to is kind of diffusion of the conversation and where people are engaging in a digital environment, and that's just going to continue to increase. I think the other thing to double down on something that Katie said is that it's not just that midterm elections are different because they're inherently different politically. They're different in a narrative context, right? If you think about in a presidential, the ability for people to coalesce around a particular target or a particular race. The nationalization of a presidential race is very different than people focused on local elections or on a congressional race. And so it remains to be seen exactly what it's going to look like in the next presidential election when you simultaneously have a diffusion of platform presence and a coalescence of potential narrative and target. So we're talking about a presidential election, which is why I think a lot of us, the top message is, let's not declare victory. I'd put on top of that, everything that we were talking about is an assumption that these platforms are continuing some of the best practices and resource allocation, even for the larger platforms, moving forward. And I think certainly with Twitter, that's not going to be the case right now. What I'm looking very carefully at is the influence that the DSA and DMA, which are European major regulations that are coming into force in 2023, I believe, 2024.
I think 2024, isn't it?
They're already having an impact on how companies are thinking about their legal responsibilities on what previously had been somewhat voluntary or response to public demand. And so seeing how platforms decide to spend their money, their time, organize themselves, what they understand to be risk, are going to have major ramifications for US elections moving forward into the next cycle. And I think those are trends that I'd be looking very closely at.
So you both brought up this idea that the presidential election was different than the midterms. Let's take a minute and kind of revisit what happened in 2020 and compare it a little bit to this cycle. One of the things that I think happened when it came to the big lie is, all of a sudden we had one candidate who kept spreading this claim that either the 2020 election was going to be rigged, or that questioning the legitimacy of mail-in ballots, or essentially insinuating that it was in fact rigged. This cycle there were hundreds of candidates on the Republican side who were continuing those claims, and many of them were spreading them on social media. The Washington Post found, when we reviewed the social media accounts of nearly 300 of them, that Facebook and Twitter, for instance, hadn't attached labels to any of their posts, which is something that they were doing back in 2020 when it came to Trump. I'd like you to reflect a little bit on what are the stakes, and people are still spreading the big lie, right? One of the things that have happened is candidates are kind of continuing that kind of rhetoric, for future elections. Could you talk a little bit about how do you think the social media companies should be handling the big lie, and what are the stakes if they don't get it right? And so, start.
I think there's two things here. One is, let's not forget that the quote-unquote big lie had a long tail. My organization documented over the course of a year the narrative forming in smaller pockets, moving from platform to platform, becoming mainstreamed on platforms that didn't take it seriously. It thought it was a small fringe nothing burger, and then suddenly it was not only the central argument of a presidential candidate, it became the rallying cry for an actual insurrection. That float of real world to online, there is no such distinction between what happens online and offline, but the narratives are going to move and form in different spaces. And so I would say for the platforms, what I want to look for is not that they're just searching for the big lie right now. I want them to take seriously virality, seriously extremist messaging designed to delegitimize the act of democracy in an election, and to do that way, way, way before we get to the point of January 6th. I think the other thing that I would point out in terms of what happened this last cycle that worries me greatly for the next election is that, again, we saw something that started offline, move online, gain virality and popular attention, again move back offline. And that's that we had a number of the candidates you're referencing who were not labeled by some of these platforms run on a platform of saying that they don't think that these elections are run right, so they want to become secretaries of state, set the rules, and implement what's going to happen. Now, these are election deniers that are now going to be in charge of a major apparatus of how we run our democracies, and that has me quite worried. So I think the big lie now moves into a different space. It's not a social media question, frankly, for the next election, but what's the next big lie? And what are the ways that we can make sure we don't allow, again, very dangerous narratives designed to make Americans lose faith in the possibility of their democracy delivering from taking hold again as a way to prevent us from having free, fair, open elections?
think one thing I would highlight is that it's really not clear how effective labeling actually is. And one of the reasons for that is that we're kind of reliant on internal data from platforms, or which we don't have access to, or researchers running what we might call kind of smaller niche academic studies with very carefully, doing the best that they can with regard to trying to create a control group and then a treatment group where they see, like, does this label, what kind of impact does this label have on the audience? But these are, again, just kind of very academic studies, whereas the real data and what people actually do when they see that label, or what the label does to the content even, we don't really fully understand to what extent it does result in a downranking. There's some theories around that, but we're all trying to extrapolate from outside, so we don't have the greatest understanding of what the labeling intervention does. And this is interesting because, if you think about, in some cases, a label is seen as, oh, it's what they don't want you to see, right? It's what they don't want you to know. We don't trust the fact check anyway. Why would we trust the label? In fact, it's probably an indicator that I want to see this content even more, that this content is real, but the apparatus, the censors, are trying to keep you from seeing it. So it's not totally clear what the dynamics of that are. So I don't think that saying, what should platforms be doing is as simple as making an argument that they are or are not uniformly labeling. The area where I think uniform labeling matters is really in that there's a perception that policy enforcement is not uniform, that it's very ad hoc. This is something that my team has found in academic, in studies in which, I think we have a paper in review right now that looks at the dynamics of, on the same topic area or even the same URL, was it actioned uniformly? And the answer, might not surprise you, is no. So this question of what should platforms be doing, I think there are a lot more really foundational things related to what are ways in which platforms might not amplify persistently and constantly and daily outrageous trends, right? What if instead of pushing teeny tiny, trends with 1,000 tweets that are barely even trends into the feeds of people who are likely to get very riled up and angry about them? Why are we doing that consistently? Are we thinking about nudges and ways that people are put into communities, ways in which networks are assembled through recommendation engines? Like, are there more foundational things we could be looking at on social networks and then off social networks? What are the bigger picture non-internet problems that are making people so distrustful of the information they see online, or that are making them so receptive to these narratives? And are there ways to create a more trust in society at an offline level? Maybe you use social media to facilitate that a bit, but what are the bigger picture challenges that we're facing? I think that the social media labeling rates become something of a red herring.
So I think Renee makes a really good point about there's the difficulty of defining what would be in and out of scope for some of this, because there is some legitimate debate, right, in terms of, again, as you all are very familiar with, of like the types, how we want our elections to be administered, what those should look like, and that should be still allowed, and that can oftentimes look very gray. If we were to do a content moderation exercise here, I bet we'd all come up with slightly different lines and where we would draw them. And so we shouldn't just look at this in terms of a whack-a-mole trying to find stuff and take it down situation. There's also that question of how do you continue to push more authoritative information. One of the things BPC partnered with Facebook on when I was still there in 2020, and I know they did with the EAC for this time around, is to try to show people more information about the process of voting, the process of counting the ballots, et cetera. Something we found interesting, thanks to Charles Stewart and the MIT Election Lab, we did a survey of who are the messengers that people trusted to get election information from. And one interesting tidbit out of many was people trusted their vote to be counted accurately, but not others, because they don't understand how votes are right. Why they're voted that way in Maricopa County is different than how they're counted in Brown County, Wisconsin, which is where I'm originally from. So how can we continue, like Renee said, continue to think about some of these proactive things? The pre-bunking, I think, was something we've heard a lot about this year as well, whether it was the Russian invasion to Ukraine or the midterms or the Brazilian elections, as well as part of doing this. But then to Rose's point, this economic situation, the layoffs, the changes in leadership at these platforms, and the desire, the they just don't enjoy being in this political football as you. And I think there's a real question of where they will put some of these resources and what that will look like as we go into 2024, which not only has the US elections, but a ton of them around the world. And so we're going to be fighting this on a lot of different fronts.
Okay, let's pivot to one of those hot button questions that they're facing, which is Trump. So under Elon Musk, Trump gets his Twitter account back. Facebook is about to decide whether to hand Trump back his social media megaphone. They gave themselves 2 years and opened the door that he would get it before the 2024 presidential election. And remember, a lot of the platforms had restricted his accounts following January 6th. And so now it feels like it's a different political moment and even a different conversation in, I think, the tech policy world about permanent account suspensions and how world leaders should be treated. I wonder if you all could reflect on, A, what are sort of the stakes of restoring Trump back to the platform, and what might it mean for how world leaders who post on social media in ways that give social media companies a bit of a headache, let's say, what are the sort of implications for that decision?
I'm happy to kick off on this. So first, I think we need to recognize there are real consequences, both intended and unintended, of either decision of letting him back on or not letting him back on. Just because he has not tweeted yet does not mean there is still what I still will think at some point in time, because both Musk and Trump both need attention, that at some point in time there's going to be some sort of epic battle between the two of them over this to create drama and entertainment, because they know that we just can't not watch the train wreck happen. So I don't think we should assume that Trump is just going to stay off these if let back on. The risks of letting him back on are obvious in terms of continuing to sow distrust in our institutions, potential of violence, all of the things that many of us, I think, are concerned about. However, I think not letting him back on, while I don't like either option, if you force me to pick one, I currently think that he should be let back on, maybe with some restrictions, because I just don't like the signal it sends to the rest of the world that a United States company can silence a candidate for president of the United States, and how that could give a reason for authoritarians and others to potentially then say and use it as an excuse for them to silence voices in their countries. Now, I think this is a topic where reasonable people can disagree. I can totally see both sides on it, but I don't think we should think that it's just as simple as no, he should be kept off, because there are going to be some real consequences to even doing that.
Rose or Renee?
I think incitement to violence, here are the questions that I think people have to grapple with. And to Katie's point, I actually wish we did more moderation exercises, because it's very true that every single person in this room would come up with very different standards. So you could start with the question, do you think Trump should be asked back online or let back online? Put that aside for a second. What are the policies that would lead you to that answer? That's a much harder question. I think Trump is a useful tool to come to that answer. But here's some of the things that you have to consider. Let's just say that in the early days of the insurrection, certain companies were a little slower than others to come to a decision. Even fewer of them could articulate to you why they had come to a decision. Now, some of us were asking questions about, are all violations of terms of service equal? I personally believe that goading people into political violence is a lot worse than spam, fraud, any sort of regular harassment, that does reach a different level. But that would require you to actually have a conversation about what those standards are. If you'll recall, YouTube, which we haven't talked about that much, came up with this kind of out-of-nowhere statement of 3 strikes, which they had never communicated previously to anyone. We weren't totally sure where Trump stood on the 3 strikes, or what in fact would count as 3 strikes in the long list of things that you might consider for banning him off of YouTube. But they came to the decision that that had been there and gone. What this comes down to, though, is trust, and something that Renee spoke about earlier. Do we have any idea what it is that we can expect from a platform? Is there any uniformity to how a platform is implementing its policies? I think sometimes it's going to be hard to have total uniformity, but at least knowing what it is that a company says it will do, its policies are, and then whether it follows through on that. So as we get to the question of whether or not Trump should be on these platforms, I don't want Trump back on Twitter. And I'll say that directly. That's my personal view, because I think we've seen what it looks like when Trump isn't back on Twitter. It's a slightly more sane conversation. He has less of a megaphone. That megaphone is dangerous. I don't think he has a right to it. But that's my personal view. I would much prefer that each of these platforms actually articulate standards on these really difficult questions. And I do think in the same way that we talk in governments about there being consequences and rules that we expect everyone to abide by, just because you decide to run for president doesn't mean that you no longer have to abide by those rules. And if you've been kicked off a platform because you behaved a certain way in violation of a private company's terms of service, I think it's perfectly acceptable for a company to decide, regardless of what you do in the future, they don't want you on their platform anymore.
One thing that we consistently see, even holding Trump aside, is that prominent accounts are treated differently than ordinary people. You are much more likely to be moderated for making a threat of violence if you are an ordinary account than you are if you are an influencer. Now, it is my opinion that we are not a nation of kings. And it's unclear to me why a social media company, which has a policy and has an enforcement plan, would be deferential to influential accounts that actually do have a potential to incite real-world violence far more than some random egg account spouting off in a random hashtag. So I think that our enforcement policies around public interest have actually been backwards for quite some time. I think Trump was only one example of that. And then actually the idea that we should be operating perhaps more under a moderation principle of with great power comes great responsibility, and you should in fact be more carefully scrutinized and more carefully moderated if you do have a megaphone in the real world such that you might actually achieve a dynamic of inciting real-world violence than a random account that has no followers, no presence, and no real impact. So I do think that our moderation policies for a very long time have been backwards, in which we have treated influential figures with kid gloves, and allowed them the benefit of the doubt in some of the enforcement policies, while ordinary accounts are subject to strikes and are treated very differently. So I would actually like to see uniformity across social media enforcement at this point. I think that would be a really interesting experiment, a way to say that these are companies that serve an international user base. Why should an American politician be treated with kid gloves, but an ordinary American citizen not?
I mean, it's worth calling out today.
Yeah, I was just about to get there.
You're like, let me get there.
So today, the Oversight Board, which is an independent body that Facebook created and funds, made a policy review on Facebook's cross-check program, which is the program in which they sort of defer, or rather whitelist public figures while a human makes a decision about whether they should face enforcement action for their content. And the Oversight Board stopped short of saying you should dismantle the program altogether, but they did make some recommendations around transparency and how it should operate. And obviously, I think this kind of approach is the approach social media companies have been taking when it comes to top political candidates in elections and taking enforcement action against them. I wonder, and Katie, I might talk to us a little bit about kind of what happens inside the company as they're sort of making those decisions. What are the pressures they're under? And if there is, maybe you can kind of give us an insight on like how they might be talking about it right now as we speak when it comes to Trump returning for 2024.
Oh, those are two kind of different things, but I guess somewhat similar. So I always say when we're thinking about these things, you can have quality, speed, or transparency from the platforms. You can't have all three. You might be able to have two. And to give you a little bit of context if folks don't follow the ins and outs of tech companies like we do up here, the cross-check system was something that was started way back in the day because, funny story, 2012, I get a call from President Obama's campaign. Now, I'm working with Republicans at the time, so this is kind of odd. They're panicked. The president's page is down on Facebook. So I'm like, that's weird. Raise all the red flags internally. Turns out an engineer an enterprising one, had created a profanity list. And on that profanity list was the word dick. Turns out the president, in the About section, the staff had put that his favorite book was Moby Dick. And that had taken down the page. I'm not joking. And so we were like, we really need to do something so that we can try to prevent the President of the United States page from being taken down. And while that wasn't necessarily the birth of this program, it is an early example of why you started to build out this program that was initially meant to be a double check on having content be taken down, not just from politicians and governments, but celebrities, influencers, and others, because frankly, when that stuff came down, it became a big press story. They would go complain to the press. If it was from the right, we were usually accused of censorship. Others, you had Chelsea Handler, you had Rihanna. There were I can name a bajillion different things and topics that became huge sources of pain points for the company. Now, over time, at first, this was not over time. It grew and grew and grew. It wasn't necessarily very well governed. We did different iterations to try to improve upon it. And then you also started, so then you had, part of the issue is not that these folks were necessarily always given a free pass, but in one aspect of this, it was meant to be that extra review. However, what the Oversight Board said in their analysis today, amongst many other things, is that that delay was too long because that content stayed up while it was doing that secondary review. And so it could still cause harm while the process was still going on about trying to determine if it violated those standards or not. You also had issue that the Oversight Board gets into in detail of some teams just using this list to let them bypass the rules altogether, which was also very, very problematic. And so what the Oversight Board today really pulled together was that they understand why at scale and because of the false positives and other things, that a company might need something like this, that it needs a lot more guardrails, governance, and transparency into how these types of things work. And I could go more in depth into that, but if you want to subscribe to my Substack, go a lot more into
What's their
detail.
moderation?
What?
What's their moderation policy?
Just whatever I say goes at the moment. Now, when it comes to Trump and the discussions they're probably having internally, one, I think that, so there's a lot of different teams that are involved in this. Nick Clegg has said publicly that he will probably be the one that is making that Mark has like deputized him to make this decision. But that doesn't mean that Nick's doing this in a vacuum. I would imagine that there are and have been a ton of conversations happening with a variety of experts externally, folks internally. I'm sure they are keeping a very close eye on the fact that Musk let Trump back and what may or may not happen there. But they actually, because of another Oversight Board ruling, because they had kicked this decision to the board last year or the year before, the Oversight Board was like, you didn't have a policy for this. Go write a policy. And that's what they did and where they came at conveniently, a 2-year maximum before reviewing these things, which would be right after the midterm. So I imagine there's a lot of deliberation and other things happening, as well as trying to decide the right time to actually announce it.
Should there be a cross-check, Renee, Rose, and how, if there is, and sort of the approach that companies are taking now, in which they do spend a lot more time reviewing top political figures' posts before taking action against them, is that a deference that social media companies should be deploying?
I'd like us to separate out the concept of human review and the word cross-check, or the association of it applying only to celebrities or politicians. And one of the things in the Oversight Board decision actually that was focused on was the fact that human rights activists and authoritative bodies at the front lines of human rights and democracy were often deprioritized because celebrities and politicians were elevated in that kind of human moderation stream of making sure when things go wrong, that someone with some sanity takes a look at it and goes, that's Moby Dick, not a profanity. There's one thing here that I want to give Renee credit on, because people quote it all the time and not always to the person who created the concept. A wonderful phrase. There's freedom of speech as a concept that we all are orienting ourselves towards that doesn't translate to freedom of reach. And what that gets to, and then I'm going to let Renee explain her own concept more in depth, is that we can't have these conversations in total isolation from an understanding of these platforms as having the power to supercharge the availability of narratives and individual perspectives to the world. And that's where it's very different from just whether or not someone gets to say a thing on the internet. There's lots of places you get to say things on internets, and if you're a politician, even more places, not just on the internet, that you get to say things. My one tweak, personally, from what Renee was focusing on, the reason I say I have concerns over uniformity is in some ways I actually think that, a human rights activist in Iran right now should get preferential treatment and elevated to be at the top of the line. The urgency, the consequence of the situation befits it. I don't think that every single celebrity and every single politician should automatically get a pass. And so what Katie was referring to, that's also part of the Oversight Board decision, was pointing out the ways in which the cross-check system was getting misused to just create a queue where if it was someone no one wanted to piss off, they didn't have to deal with the rules. Those are different things. Human moderation is essential, and anyone that thinks you're going to be able to throw some sort of magical AI and automation at the internet and clean it up, you're in for a very, very long and painful journey.
Yeah, I think my prior comment gets to my feelings on the you're above the rules. I don't see why we would replicate that social structure on the internet. There's no reason why I think we need to. Again, you can read the words of many political figures and many newspapers every day. They can call the media and they can articulate their point of view, and that this is what it means to be a public figure. I think the one area that gets interesting with review is that you do see brigading, mass reporting mobs and things like that. So brigading to try to get a piece of content taken down because it all of a sudden hits a particular velocity or threshold for flagging. I think there are accounts that are a little bit more subject to that, and so this is where I think the sort of trade-offs potentially are, like how do you evaluate that particular dynamic? We don't have very much transparency into moderation decisions. This is another challenge where we don't actually really understand the dynamics of what is flagged and what is not. There's an area where we do, and I've thought about this for a long time. The concept of DMCA takedowns are made public. So you can, there's a transparency function, a database called Lumen that kind of logs these things that you can see are big corporations demanding content takedowns for purported copyright reasons that in fact are not really copyright violations. And I think this is kind of an interesting model actually for how might we understand transparency enforcement at a more granular level than simply the sort of we took down X number of millions of accounts, the sort of way that transparency reports are currently structured. So, I think that it's a system with a lot of room for reform. I am encouraged by the fact that I know that Facebook Oversight Board was a somewhat controversial creation, in part because it is, in my opinion, Facebook having the right to shape who is on the board is, I think, at this point, ridiculous. But but overall, I think that the mission of the board and the rigor and the transparency with which it approaches its decisions, and also the fact that it puts out calls for public comment, so anybody can submit a public comment. They're also reevaluating whether the COVID moderation policy should still be in effect. I think that this is an interesting dynamic, in part because we've also seen Twitter recently in the last week just say that it is not going to enforce its policy. And that was sort of a more unilateral decision. Was it the right decision? I actually don't, in my opinion, actually, I will say, I think that at some point you do have to wind some policies down. And the question of like where and when is a thing that should be carefully considered, but have the risks shifted? Where is the trade-off between moderation and downranking and deciding something should not have reached a particular moment versus not necessarily throttling or carefully paying attention to a particular topic area if something has ceased to be a major area where it might lead to incitement or might lead to harm. So I think having careful review and public transparency around these issues is actually where we need to be going, and that's sort of my appreciation for the Oversight Board in doing that. I think provides a model for the rest of the industry in creating those frameworks so that the public has a better understanding of the costs and benefits and trade-offs far better than they currently do now.
Renee, I want to pivot back to you a bit. So one of the most common questions I'm asked by sort of everyday readers outside the tech world is, are we still under a significant threat from foreign actors trying to meddle in our elections?
It's such an interesting question. I was talking about that a bit this morning. You have to keep kind of two things in your head at once here, right? So we have not seen any state actor network achieve the size or reach of what the Internet Research Agency managed to do from 2015 to 2018. That is in part because the Internet Research Agency operated with absolutely no investigation nor disruption over a multi-year period, enabling them to achieve audience sizes in the 500,000 range for a number of their accounts, which did enable them to develop close relationships with particular segmented communities, leading to agitation in the streets and a number of other, they managed to get protests going purely by directing their page followers to show up on a particular street corner at a particular time, right? So there is impact to state actor activities that manage to entrench themselves within particular communities. At the same time, we have had now since around 2019 integrity teams at the major platforms that have worked to disrupt those networks. And so most of what we see, most of what we analyze, my team was part of the Twitter Moderation Research Consortium and also Facebook's Academic Research Consortium. YouTube and TikTok don't have them yet, but they are also in regular contact with academics. When we see things and we think, hey, this looks anomalous, we do flag it for them. We do say, you should probably go look at this. I can think of a couple of examples where we focus so much on American domestic politics, but Russia runs influence operations in Africa constantly across multiple countries, including entities linked to Yevgeny Prigozhin that are interested in extractive industries in Central African Republic and other places. So you see Wagner Group running kinetic operations on the ground and influence operations to try to make the relationship with Russia feel more favorable than the relationship with China or with France or with the US. This is an ongoing thing. It's not solely limited to interference in American elections, and that is why having the researcher, the academic platform relationships is important, and why it is sort of an ongoing battle of whack-a-mole, where I can say I don't think that anything we saw in the election this time around, primarily three networks linked technical indicators suggesting Iran, 2 technical indicators suggesting China. We'll have a little bit of work out on some other interesting networks that are operating on alt platforms. One of the other dynamics here is that as the internet, again, as we talked about that decentralization early on, we can't make an attribution on Telegram. We can't say this is probably a Russian state-linked account. We can say it sure looks like one based on the following behavioral characteristics, the following changes in, sometimes they'll recycle their account names, and you can kind of trace it back to a different account name tied to a different operation. They get sloppy. But beyond that, we can't ping Telegram and say, like, hey guys, we see this thing, what do you see? Whereas with the major Western platforms, we're at a point now where we can do that, and so those accounts do come down because of relationships where civil society organizations also see things in their communities, and they say, this hits this uncanny valley. I don't think these people are really who they say they are, and then platforms can take a look. So that's where this dynamic, it's kind of an ongoing front. I think that ultimately the best solution is having that ongoing relationship, that ongoing investigative process, but also just resilience among the population, just teaching people, here's how propaganda works, here's what you're likely to see. We might not always be able to attribute the specific actor, but here's what content designed to outrage you looks like, and maybe think about it in those terms as opposed to who the actor propagating it is. You can still decide whether you want to listen to it and feel angry, but maybe we can talk about more broadly, here's how propaganda and rumors work on the internet, independent of who the actor is spreading them, and just kind of bring that type of education back into the ways in which we communicate to the American public.
Great. So I do want to pivot to a question from our audience since we're running out of time here. And there's a couple of them that kind of all are sort of asking the same thing, which are there any court cases, bills, legislation that in the states or federally that any of you are particularly hopeful about that might embolden or encourage the social media platforms to take different actions to fight election-related either disinformation or integrity issues?
I mean, the European Union is the single most consequential actor in the United States right now. I do national security and foreign policy, and it's still insane to me that we don't actually have any of our own data protection laws, or frankly standards outside of an oft misunderstood liability protection on the internet. It's abdication of power and responsibility. That said, so number one, the DSA and DMA, you should get familiar with it because it's going to have major ramifications on our platforms and how our information environment looks. Number two, there actually are really good faith efforts happening right now in a number of different places, both in states and at the federal level. Whether or not they have hope of passage is, let's say, pretty low. But take a look at some of the things that are happening on transparency, to what Renee was referring to, which is an essential component. The bills that Klobuchar, Coons, and some others have put out, there's companion bills on the House side. There are efforts to try and create better capacity for the FTC to play in the digital environment in any real way. And they're talking to their European colleagues who are setting actual enforceable rules for how transparency will be required from companies. And that, to me, is a really positive innovation space. You know, California's been busy. There are a lot of mixed views about some of what they're coming out with, but that's an active experiment that we all should be having conversations about. A lot of people don't know that one of the first data protection laws in the United States was in Illinois. So for folks who think that this is a new conversation or a conversation that doesn't spread into other places, I encourage you to get familiar with the caveat that if we continue to try and legislate and create regulations in every single state and in every single country, not only are we going to end up with an unenforceable standard where companies have even more of a very reasonable excuse to say, I can't do this anymore, we're going to lose the power of ensuring we're prioritizing what is most essential for an information environment to actually function in a way that is compatible with our democracy. And so, again, let's look to the DSA and DMA, and let's push on privacy protections in the United States as a first step.
I think Platform Accountability and Transparency Act is what I want to see reintroduced. I think it's foundational. A lot of the researcher relationships, the things I'm describing that have evolved over the last 3 years have done so in part just because people went to the same conferences and met each other, right? And it was really very much how can the companies, some of the relationships were pioneered. DFR and Stanford both had some of these early access relationships around platform takedown data, state actor platform takedown data. And again, those relationships were built up over time and were predicated on, capacity. Can researchers perform, effective research on this data? There are certain trade-offs. If we were to expand those programs, what is where are the lines for ensuring that privacy is protected? Who are the qualified researchers? Who determines what qualification means? And so there's a lot of, I think, nuances in that, but the alternative is that this happens because, through the good graces of the platforms, as opposed to because there is any kind of societally agreed upon view that these are critical communication infrastructures, and it behooves us as a society to understand what is happening within them. So rather than saying data, we are going to share, we're going to take down networks of 200,000 Chinese accounts and share that with researchers, if they were to say we're going to take down that network and then do nothing, then we have no better understanding of what happened. And right now there is no means by which, again, short of goodwill, that information is shared. As we've seen, changes to management potentially leads to changes in priorities. And are we all okay with that as a society, or do we believe that there should be some sort of sustained engagement around sharing data for research purposes that should be independent of solely the whims of the owner of the company? And this is where I think the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act tries to create a framework for those questions. It also lets us interrogate things that right now are, what we kind of joke around about is like the vibes-based understanding of social media, which is like somebody is mad on the internet, they have a lot of followers, they're making an allegation that they've been censored. Have they? Who knows? They're alleging that their group or community has been censored. Have they? Who knows, right? Wouldn't it be nice if we could actually answer those questions and interrogate those questions? Because we should want to know, actually. We shouldn't just dismiss it. We should say, all right, let's go look. Let's see what the data says. And right now, those investigations are done internally by the platforms, which has sort of a fox guarding the henhouse dynamic. So might we create frameworks to do those, to answer those questions outside? This is something that there should be, and to some extent is, bipartisan agreement on. But one of the reasons why transparency legislation doesn't go far is because it's not seen as punitive enough. And legislators can raise money on being tough on big tech if they're talking about how they're going to take away their CDA 230 protections or do something that sounds a lot more punitive, whereas, hey, let's have some transparency is like kind of a hard thing to, to really like rile your base up about. But it, in fact, answers some of the questions that they then choose to allege in their public conversation.
So I agree with both of these ladies. And I would say the other thing that I am hopeful about in terms of having good regulation, because there is bad regulation in this space, is the fact that, especially over the last year, and if there's any silver lining to the layoffs and everything, is that we have more people that have worked inside these platforms that are now outside these platforms, and more people that can talk to regulators, think tanks, academics, and others around helping them to understand a bit more about how these systems work, the questions to ask, what the unintended consequences might be of this regulation. And so I'm excited to see where that goes in the next year.
Great. Wow, we will be continuing to talk about it, I'm sure. I will be peppering all of you as we continue to write stories about it. Thank you so much for all of your thoughts. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, everybody. We are going to start our last panel of the day on independent state legislature theory in about 30 seconds, so I would encourage you all to please find your seats. Thank you.
We're going to get started on our last panel of the day. We're going to, thanks for sticking with us. We are going to be discussing the role of courts in elections, and primarily focused on, I just got much louder. We're going to primarily be focusing on tomorrow's Supreme Court arguments in Moore versus Harper. My name is Zach Montalero. I'm a reporter at Politico, and I'm going to be emceeing this panel, and I'm excited to be joined by a great group of panelists. First to my right, Ben Ginsberg, who is the Volcker Distinguished Visiting Fellow at Stanford Hoover's Institution and co-chair of the Election Officials Legal Defense Network. Ben is best known for practicing election law for 38 years, representing Republican candidates and party committees. Next to Ben is Karen Brinson-Bell, who is the executive director of the North Carolina State Board of Elections and has served in that position since June 2019. She has worked in election administration since 2006 in county, state, and national roles. As North Carolina's chief elections official, she leads about 65 full-time employees at the agency, which is charged with administering elections and campaign finance compliance, overseeing 100 county boards of elections, and ensuring voting for more than 7.4 million voters. Next is Danielle Holley, the dean of Howard University School of Law and a scholar on civil rights and education law. She holds a BA from Yale University and a JD from Harvard, and clerked on the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. She joined Howard in 2014. And last but certainly not least, Michael Thorning, the Director of Structural Democracy here at the BPC. He's an author of a recent BPC report, Independent State Legislature Theory Undermines Election Principles. So that is primarily what we're going to be talking about today. The big thing, the big setup is in about, 20-ish hours, maybe a little bit less than that, 18, the Supreme Court will hear the case Moore v. Harper. At its core, it's a case about redistricting in North Carolina over what maps North Carolina will have. But beyond that, it's testing out the relatively novel legal theory called the independent state legislature. I'll give a brief explanation of that and then turn it over to the actual attorneys who can say a little bit more about that. But broadly, what the ISL is a theory popular among some, but not all, conservative lawyers and groups that argues that the election clause in the US Constitution grants state legislatures pretty broad authority to set election rules that can be hemmed in by the federal government, but arguably, in the proponent's view, not by state courts. So what's at issue here in North Carolina is that the legislatively drawn maps there, which were drawn by the Republican-controlled legislature, were struck down by state courts, and eventually a state court map was in place for the 2022 election. This case tomorrow will decide not only the future of North Carolina's maps, which if you're even a little bit familiar with redistricting, you know that it's been a busy time for North Carolina over the past decade, but also the broader purchase of this state, independent state legislature theory. So Ben, I'm going to go to you first, just broadly, what are the tenets of this theory, and talk through your brief in the case, which we'll find out pretty quickly. It's not a theory you agree with.
It is not a theory I agree with. Thank you for having me, and thanks for putting on this discussion at a rather interesting time that we've got. Look, tomorrow's argument will be about two opposing views of the U.S. Constitution. Let's just note that the North Carolina legislature's position is not the way the Constitution's been interpreted for the last 230 years. So in that sense, it is not at all conservative. And in the sense that one of the ramifications of the case will be turning a flood of litigation, especially pre-election litigation, to the federal courts and taking it away from the state courts, if it's adopted, is profoundly not a conservative tenet. It does make sense in sort of the political power dynamics that you've got, in that after the 2011-2012 redistricting, Republicans gained a lot of power in the state legislature. And if you're looking to enhance political power, you play to your strength, and that's the state legislatures. So that's sort of the derivation of it. The brief I wrote was not on the great constitutional doctrine, but rather a practitioner's viewpoint of what would happen if the case is put in place. And it would be a happy time for the Society of Hourly Billers, but probably not good for people wanting to get some certainty in their elections at a time when the system is under a considerable amount of assault, as you've heard in the other panels today.
Yeah, elections become increasingly litigious over the last decade, certainly, the last 2-3 years, more so. So we're kind of driving in that direction. Danielle, I wanted to go to you. Just place this in context a little bit of what we've seen from the Supreme Court on election law over the, this earlier in this term and also the last decade or so.
Great. So thank you so much for having me today. I hope many of you will listen to the oral arguments in Moore versus Harper tomorrow. It should prove to be very interesting. I'll start with my comments the way I typically start in class, which is to read you the part of the Constitution that will actually be discussed tomorrow, since it's a little known part of the Constitution that probably many of us in the room have not spent a lot of time thinking about. So it's Article 1, Section 4. It says, "The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at time by law make or alter such regulations except as to the places of choosing senators," right? So this question of when it says shall be prescribed by each state by the legislature thereof, the question becomes, does the state legislature have total control over redistricting to the exclusion of state courts and the state constitution, right? So who can review the choices that are made by a state legislature when they're participating in redistricting? As been said, this is not something that the theory of independent state legislature theory has not been one that's been ever recognized by the Supreme Court before. So this is a novel legal theory, and one I think that is not well supported by the history of this portion of the Constitution. In terms of the overall landscape, I think we can go all the way back to Shelby versus Holder, where we saw the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, and to Merrill last year, and also to other cases dealing with the redistricting, to see that there has been a pretty large-scale attack on the ability to really have any control over redistricting in terms of many communities that feel most vulnerable, right? I think one of the things I'd encourage you to read, if you're going to read any of the many briefs filed in Moore versus Harper, is the NAACP Legal Defense Fund brief, which does a great job at outlining the many ways in which this case is very dangerous, especially considering the changing demographics of the United States. So in the 2020 census, we saw that states like North Carolina are becoming more and more racially and ethnically diverse. One of the things that can happen is when you have a state legislature that may not be reflective of the demographics of the state, you can see what Lonnie Guinier used to call the possible tyranny of the majority, which is the drawing of districting lines that preserve power in the hands of people regardless of whether they are actually representative of the population of the state, but drawing lines that preserve power in a way that doesn't actually reflect the views of people in the state and can allow certain parties to hold power even if they're actually losing support by numerical support inside the state. And so when we think about challenges and threats to democracy, that's why Moore versus Harper is considered to be part of this challenge and threat to democracy, because it represents the idea that our government may actually be less representative in terms of the views of individual citizens than it has been in the past. So the more that we allow state legislatures to have control, draw district lines without any or very little review by state courts. The question is whether people will continue to have confidence in our elections, whether people will see themselves as represented. Even though they actually go out and vote, will they see themselves as represented by the government that's supposed to be a government of representation?
Yeah, and Daniel, I just want to stick with you for a moment. You mentioned it briefly, but how is this case different from the other redistricting case the court heard 2 months ago in Merrill? I think these are often conflated, but they're very, very different. What's the difference between the two?
Very different. I think so. Merrill, when we think about cases like Merrill, you're talking about Voting Rights Act cases. And so this idea that the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, whether we see it in Shelby or in Merrill, is slightly different because we're then talking about interpretation of the Voting Rights Act and how the Voting Rights Act can be particularly protective. In this case, we're not talking about the Voting Rights Act, we're talking about a portion of the Constitution, but the same issue is really at play in the sense that do citizens feel confident in their elections, and what happens when we have extreme partisan gerrymandering, right? So attempts by state legislatures to draw lines, and all parties when they control redistricting engage in partisan gerrymandering. Partisan gerrymandering is a part of the redistricting process. We know that people will engage in partisan gerrymandering, but what are especially the constitutional limits on that, if any, and how does Article 1, Section 4 provide any limits, right? And if it doesn't provide any limits, what are the implications of that?
Got it. Thank you. Michael, before we go to you, I just want a quick plug. We will take questions at the end. If you're listening online, you can either tweet with hashtag Election Summit 20 or 22, or drop them in the YouTube comments, and we'll get to them at the end. Michael, I want to turn a little bit to the structural thing outside of the legal arguments. Let's accept that some version of ISL is going to be accepted by the Supreme Court, just for the sake of this question. Your new report kind of makes it clear where you stand on that, but what is the actual ramifications of it? Why is this not just a theoretical question? What is the actual practical purpose or outcome, even in a modest version of ISL being accepted?
Thanks for that question, Zach. It's not often you get to be on a panel in Washington, D.C. and use the phrase Pandora's box, and I think actually legitimately be correct in using that phrase. I do think this theory really could be that. I think there are, because of its novelty and the relatively thin jurisprudence around it, it's somewhat hard to predict exactly how far the reach of it will go and what all the implications will be. I think if you look to a lot of the legal scholars out there who are speculating about this, there isn't a whole lot of uniformity in how they think it could take shape, which is concerning. We're talking about a major shift. As Ben said, we're going from 230 years of how we've interpreted the Constitution to something new. That's a little different than what we usually expect from the court. Even with some, I think, really major recent cases, you look at, it's hard to think of something more controversial recently than the Dobbs decision. That was something that there had been decades of litigation. This was an issue that had been discussed at length in the public forum. I think this issue is going to catch the public largely off guard, even though a lot of people have very much been trying to explain it. And it from a structural perspective, sets forth this almost inconceivable idea that the state legislatures will not be bound by the very documents that created them, which is their own state constitutions when it comes to federal elections. I think if the court goes that far, it's very dangerous. When Ben talks about, lawyers are going to be very busy after this, what we worry about is the targets of that litigation are, a lot of it could be election officials. Election officials applying the normal discretion that they apply as they run our elections. We know our election codes cannot account for every possible outcome, everything that has to be done. They certainly sometimes can be difficult to predict, emergencies, natural disasters, and that's really when our election officials have to step in and make decisions to ensure that people are able to vote. And I think this will open up a world of litigation around that, and it will be federal litigation, as Ben said, that federal courts basically are going to become the final arbiter of what state election laws say and how they need to be applied. And so, we're going to have difficulty with election officials not wanting to either endanger themselves with litigation or making decisions that wind up in court. And there's going to be little recourse from the courts themselves if this theory, at least state courts, will have little ability, as they usually do, to step in and try to remedy the situation. And so in situations where last-minute decisions have to be made, I think it's going to pose situations we haven't faced before, which is who makes the final decision in the breach on election day, maybe in the final hours of an election, about who gets to vote and how.
And this is spawned out of redistricting, right? But your comments were kind of alluding to it, but this could have a much larger effect than just on the lines on which people vote. It could be the rules in which they vote, how election officials process ballots, kind of a wide sweep. There's just, Michael talked a little bit beyond that, beyond just the content of redistricting. What else is in peril in this case? Is it voter-approved initiatives? Is it state boards of elections issuing orders? Is it keeping polls open an extra hour at the end of the day? Beyond redistricting, what are we looking at for tomorrow?
It really could be any of those things. And so, I think you think about in terms of where these protections exist in a number of states. State constitutions across the country protect things like, voter eligibility, whether or not people need to present ID when they come to vote, voter registration standards, early and absentee voting. With essentially, if the independent state legislature theory is embraced, we could see situations where state legislatures decide to pass laws that no longer comport with those state constitutional provisions. And then, we have a situation potentially where you're running one election for federal races with one set of rules, another election at the same time with rules that apply to state elections. And I think to a degree voters have an expectation that their state constitutions apply, and that's what shapes what's going to happen when they go to the voting booth. I think it gives them some expectation that the rules are not going to swing wildly from election to election. I think with the independent state legislature theory, we very much could see a lot of voter confusion about what the rules are, and a danger that Ben brings up in his brief, which is that you could have candidates claiming victory based on two different sets of rules, which I think is even scarier given what we've seen in the last few years.
Yeah, I think one place to watch that is Arizona. Not going to get into today, but they already have a very limited bifurcated system, and there are laws being passed now that could expand that. So this is certainly the first word, but not going to be the last. Karen, I wanted to turn to you. You are not a party in this lawsuit, but it obviously affects your job quite significantly, to understate it. So just tell us how, as an election official, how you've been monitoring this case and what you have done. You've been on the periphery of this case. You've signed some affidavits. You've sent things in. So how has this case affected your office so far?
Well, first I'll say the humor's not lost on me that the snack this afternoon is popcorn. I guess we'll have it tomorrow morning too. But yes, I mean, we've been watching closely, and I'm not an attorney. I rely on our attorneys to help me think through what this is about. But as an election administrator, and to have been state elections director while we had 35 lawsuits in 2020, to have been state director when this very case was going through the different levels of the court, and we're in the middle of candidate filing this time last year, and I get a call from one of our attorneys saying, stop filing right now, and I truly ran across an expo hall to a microphone to say, we're stopping filing. To think about that prolonging, we're not at the same place. The Supreme Court's going to give us a decision, but it's going to put us in a place where I think we all have this concern of what kind of litigation do we face, what uncertainty. And in election administration, we rely on certainty. Pivoting on a dime is not an easy thing to do when you have 2,600+ polling places in North Carolina, when you have 25,000 election officials that you are training to be ready for an election, when you have other laws, for example, around felon voting rights and the impact that has even on printing voter registration forms. And if the Pandora's box opens up and you now have conflicts between state courts and federal courts, and then how do we make that happen? That's where I think election administrators are concerned. Is it was said earlier today that we keep pulling it off. Well, can we keep pulling it off if there's that much uncertainty, if there's constant litigation, if we no longer have that delegation that's been given to us? North Carolina law has more than 40 sightings in our law of delegation to the State Board of Elections when it comes to federal laws over protests, recounts, ballot design and arrangement, for example. If that can all be up in the air, how do we conduct fair and free elections and make it happen?
Yeah, I'll stick with you for this. Talk a little bit about North Carolina has certainly seen a lot of changes to its electoral map over the last decade, more so than just ones that most states get to deal with. What has that been like to have to adapt at the last second? And what could, if a robust version of this theory is in place, what could that do to your job, having to react kind of last second to a lot of different things?
Well, I mean, this past year is a prime example. We were in the midst of filing. We got, brand new maps. We had to turn that around in a very quick time frame. And it's not just, there's this belief that you can do an on-off switch in the computer system. It's not that easy. It's coding. It's aligning those maps to precinct boundaries. It's communicating that back out to the voters. The uncertainty of, which district do they even get to vote on, and who's going to be that candidate? That was even a changing complexity. We had someone come and file in a whole different district than they were residing in and representing currently, only to have the maps flipped, and they went back to where they had been representing. And so there's a lot of moving parts, and on top of it, it even moved our primary date. We went from March to May. That then affected our second primary dates, which then impacted municipal elections, which, it's not a one and done kind of decision. There's an avalanche almost to it, and it's more complex than I think it's often realized.
Michael, I want to go back to you quickly. One thing in your report that Karen's kind of alluding to is the amount of delegation that actually happens in elections, that state legislatures and governors pass and sign laws that set the top line rules of the road, but many election decisions in states are delegated to state officials, which are delegated to local officials. What could a particularly robust reading of ISL do to that? Like, who would then have to set those rules, and what would happen in an emergency situation, God forbid another pandemic, knock on wood, who is making those changes, who's responding to those then, if an ISL theory is adopted by the court tomorrow?
Well, yeah, I think that's what creates the uncertainty. Certainly there is a lot right now that we rely on election official discretion in terms of the decisions they make. An election code, is not an instruction manual down, to all of the steps that you run an election. And so I think what very likely could happen is that state legislatures will really be the only ones who could make some of those decisions. And they may choose to empower themselves to make some of those decisions that otherwise might be left to, either nonpartisan or partisan elected officials. But I think the concern being, for instance, in an emergency situation, either right before election day, on election day, or some other unexpected event occurs, how are you going to convene the state legislature to clarify what North Carolina state law is? Those are impossible situations. And so then, you might have a situation where an election official makes that decision. Could be maybe the Secretary of State, it might be a county election official. And then, should that end up getting litigated, what's going to happen, to the people who voted under whatever, kind of emergency procedures that official set forth. And so those aren't the kind of situations that we want happening in our elections. And I think this would actually encourage that to happen. And not just out of goodwill, but I think people are going to seek to apply this in a way that, benefits their political party and then their own political interests. And so we're not just talking about a random situation where an official says, oh, I don't like how, this official decided to apply their discretion. It doesn't comply with our state law. I think more likely they might look at the outcome of the election and say, hey, I'm losing. It's probably because I don't like how this went. I'm going to challenge this in court. So I think it mixes up people's partisan incentives with the steady professional decision-making of election officials. And then it adds in the fact that the state legislatures might be sort of the last resort. And are they really capable of, legislatures are slow, deliberative bodies generally, some more than others, but how are they going to make these snap decisions that we have successfully left to election officials? And then sometimes those cases do end up in court, and judges step in and provide some sort of remedy. But I don't know that a legislature is really an ideal body, given its slowness and the political incentives to make those decisions in a snap moment.
Yeah, I'll just note that some state legislatures are not full-time. In fact, many of them are not, to the extreme, like a Texas, which meets absent special session every 2 years. This was a wild thing for me to learn growing up, and I assumed lawmakers did their job year-round. Not true. So we are rapidly approaching question time that I'll open up to the audience, but I do want to go down, at least starting with the attorneys, and Karen, Michael, if you want to weigh in as well. What are you going to be watching for tomorrow morning when arguments kick off? They kick off at 10 a.m. You can watch them on C-SPAN or your favorite platform, wherever, I don't know. But what are you going to be watching for tomorrow, Ben? Are there any justices you're going to be keying into? Any arguments you're going to be listening out for?
Well, what I'll be looking for is that I think the argument in the court will be very much about constitutional doctrine. And so what and I think you know what those arguments are in advance. What I'll be interested in is if any of the justices somehow ask about the practical implications of what they might do. Now, I do think justices only look at practical implications when they're alone at night in their studies and they take a little peek at what might happen in the real world if they pass these things. But between allowing an unchecked branch in a state legislature and all the ability for a majority to preserve itself, the implications of the caseload of federal courts, because I do think that all practitioners will take everything they don't like to federal court, especially the closer you get to an election, which is contrary to this principle the Supreme Court's been trying to invoke, called the Purcell line of cases, to stop last-minute election litigation. Those are some of the practical things that I think it'll be interesting to see if it seeps into the oral argument.
Danielle, I'm going to turn the same question to you. What are you listening for tomorrow? Any justices, any big themes that you're going to be keeping an ear out for?
Yeah, I think similarly, I'll definitely be looking for what Matt has been described as the parade of terribles, right? Them kind of asking lots of questions about beyond redistricting, what are the implications of this case, and does it really lead to, if we support a very robust version of this ISL theory, will it lead to the kinds of things that we have heard on this panel? If you've been paying attention to oral arguments this term, yesterday, and I think in the affirmative action cases, we've heard a lot of spinning out of hypotheticals that don't have a lot to do with the actual factual record in the cases that they're deciding, right? So I'm expecting more of that tomorrow, hearing the justices ask a lot about hypotheticals, probably a lot of hypotheticals related to election administration beyond the redistricting questions that are specific to this case. I think the other themes that we're likely to hear are about separation of powers, and now at the state level, separation of powers. So what does it mean to empower one branch, the legislative branch, at the state level more so than the executive or the judiciary? So I think questions about separation of powers, and then lots of questions about federalism, right? And these questions about how do federal courts interact with all of these questions related to state elections. And we know that in the area of redistricting, the Supreme Court has gone in the direction of saying federal courts have less, I think it was called the Rubuck case from 2019, from 2019, where they talked about the limitations on federal courts, doesn't apply generally, but I think those questions about separation of powers at the state level and then the relationship between the federal government, federal courts, and what happens in state elections, those two things will also, I'll be watching for that too.
Got it. Karen, Michael, I'll open this question to you briefly before we turn to the audience. If you guys had any thoughts as practitioners, or Karen, in your case, practitioner, Michael, as a thinker, what you guys are going to be watching for tomorrow. Karen, I'll start with you.
I think you've touched on several of the things that I'm most interested in is, you know, how broad is this discussion? Do they look at some of the practical aspects? And you know, and we, whether it's the Supreme Court or a federal court or a state court, we just sit and wait because, you know, it's our job to administer what the law allows. And if that's the direction, no different than we got a federal court decision that told us we had to turn around something in 21 days in 2020. You know, that's what we'll be prepared to do.
And Michael, our thinker, what are you watching for?
You know, I think one big thing has to do with how the court would square this with some of its other precedent. You know, Ben brings up the Purcell principle, but you know, I think the court, for instance, has recognized the legitimacy and authority of voter-enacted initiatives to shape voting and election policy. The court has, for a very long time, recognized the role of state courts in these decisions. How you square this suddenly with this new theory that you know, would endanger both of those possibilities. You know, I think we're, you know, we think about a situation, we've had states enact constitutional amendments or laws through initiative by voters, sometimes over the inaction or objection of their state legislatures. And, you know, I think it calls into question what the, you know, guardrails of American democracy are. Are states that have these initiatives, are the people able to affect their own elections in these states, or are they just subject to the whim of unchecked state legislatures at that point?
Yeah. Thanks, Michael. We have about 10 minutes for questions. I'll prioritize people in the room, but I have a couple on my phone, so just raise your hand. I see one, and then we'll go over here.
Hi, good discussion. Andy Craig at the Rainey Center. There's been a fair amount of discussion about a kind of possible off-ramp for a narrow version of ISL. So even though I kind of agree with you on why it's flawed and first principles, particularly for our litigator on the panel, if you had to make an argument in the alternative for a version that was limited to this kind of scenario where they feel the state Supreme Court has gone too far based on a not specific provision of the Constitution?
Ben, we'll start with you.
So I think that's a really good question. I think the answer to that is they will allow or would allow a state Supreme Court under its state constitution to review a law. I think where courts have maybe gone too far and actually created a lot of work for the Supreme Court is when judges have stepped into the role of a legislature and actually proclaimed a remedy that looks an awful lot like what legislation should be. And so I think the off-ramp may be allowing the review, but not the sort of legislative type remedies that courts have imposed.
So, Danielle, if you have anything to add.
No, I completely agree. I think that's the logical off-ramp would be to carve out what would be the things under the state constitution that a state court could review in these circumstances. So that's, I think, the hope I think of many is that instead of getting a very broad interpretation, that if there is going to be an acceptance of this doctrine, that it's a limited recognition.
I'll just do a brief plug for a story I wrote this morning because I'm MC and I can do that. Is that there's been several justices are still up in the air on where they're going to land. Justice Roberts, Amy Coney Barrett, and Justice Kavanaugh. So if you're looking for tomorrow on if there may be that off-ramp, those are the three justices to kind of key in on. The three liberal-leaning justices kind of suspected they will not support the ISL theory. The remaining three conservative justices have all signaled at some point support likely for a more robust version of the theory. It remains to be seen, but at least in some shadow docket writings, they've done that. So that's where to look tomorrow for that off-ramp if it's going to come. I think we have one question over here. Yeah.
Chris Thomas from Bipartisan Policy Center. So under the assumption that the legislatures do ascend, become like election directors, right? What does that do to Congress, to the fight for Congress? Because the way you overrule all these various states is if your party controls Congress, does that now become a guardrail? Does that now make H.R. 1s more than just a wish list? That if you can get control of the Congress and the presidency, you start doing wide-scale election legislation because of what may be happening in the states under this policy.
Michael, why don't we go to you on that one?
Yeah, two sort of views on what happens with Congress. It of course is going to depend on how that legislation gets enacted. It's been very difficult to enact voting legislation in Congress in recent decades. And so, would a party be tempted to nuke the filibuster to get done what they want to do? Then you might actually end up with a lot of policy instability where federal election policy is swinging back and forth depending on who controls Congress and the White House. So I think that's a bad outcome. But you're right in that basically federal judicial precedent and law becomes kind of the main guardrail that we have potentially. There's another Congress-involved scenario here that I worry about, which has to do with sort of certification of winners. And if it's up to the state legislature to do that, if they decide to empower themselves with that, despite whatever scheme their constitution might set up, we actually might have some pretty ugly battles in Congress. When what the Constitution says is that each house of Congress is the judge of its own elections. And I think we could see scenarios where state legislatures are tempted, and Charles Stewart's here, who's written a lot about the Federal Contested Elections Act, and I think has some concerns with how that is designed in Congress. But you might have a party in a state legislature who decides to certify a winner that maybe doesn't reflect the vote outcome. And then when that person shows up in Congress, if there's a different party in the majority there, they may decide that they're not going to seat that person, or vice versa, those roles. And so I think the point being that this really actually amps up the incentives for partisan activity to try to benefit yourself and your own party. And with the really close margins we've seen recently, I'd hate to imagine a scenario that is a margin as close as we have now, and the majority comes down to one or two, a few of these contested races, and there's some dispute about whether the legislature acted in a way that was contrary to the state constitution, but was fully in line with the independent state legislature theory.
Great. On that note, if we have one more quick question, we could probably entertain it.
There was someone back.
To do two BPC questions in a row, but I do have one I'd love to hear from the panel about. There's been a lot of really interesting conversation about the media coverage of independent state legislature doctrine and this case, and I'm curious what each of your perspectives is on how the media has covered this and whether there's been an overreaction or an underreaction to the severity of the issue.
Ben, why don't we start with you, because we've talked a little bit about this, especially around presidential elections.
I think the media coverage is reflecting what it hears generally from the community and especially from its readership. And I think that's been probably pretty overhyped. All in all, that I think that if you take the extreme independent state legislature theory, that's really extreme, but I just don't think that the court is likely to get there. I'm also amazed that no one has picked up on the practical ramifications if ISL were adopted. It means that any one-party legislature would basically be able to do a congressional map that nobody's going to ever touch. I'm not sure what Republicans think is going to happen in, say, New York and Maryland and New Mexico. And the full ISL, if it was imposed, would end not only gubernatorial vetoes, but also the authority of independent redistricting commissions, which would unleash California to gerrymander for Democrats even more, and the newly Democratic Michigan, Chris Thomas's Michigan, would be a radically more Democratic delegation than it's been in a long time. Republicans did fine on court cases upholding their maps in 2021, much better than Democrats did. And I actually can see a scenario where imposition of the independent state legislature doctrine costs Republicans control of Congress in a decade that's going to be pretty competitive as it is.
Karen, we'll go to you. Any thoughts on the media, except for Politico, of course?
So we've actually, what was that?
I said except for Politico, of course.
Oh, except for Politico. Well, I was going to give you a compliment, but.
Actually, let's hear it then.
Since you excluded yourself. No, I mean, but in reality, our public information officer and I have been, fielding questions from the media. And I think from my perspective, what is, the complexity of what we've outlined here, and that phrase, we're election nerds, we're all still wrestling with what all does it mean. Trying to be in the media's shoes, explaining that to a public that's not even civically engaged as well as we would like to, who aren't understanding the nuances of this, who it's also a time of year where they're captivated with many other things, and aren't always looking to the media, mainstream media, to get their accurate information. That's what's been an interesting dialogue with the media from our perspective, is how to help capture that in a way that is in tune with the everyday person of what could this really mean to them, and instead of them waking up, once the Supreme Court decides, or once those different maps are in place, or whatever it might be, that gives them the reality, and there's no undoing it at that point.
Danielle?
A couple of things. I think first is the idea that it's very difficult for the media to report on complex constitutional law questions. I think it's just difficult to explain them in a way that makes it interesting. I think this case for many, you even say the term independent state legislature theory, people just want to take a nap. I mean, it is not sexy. This is not sexy stuff. I don't think anyone, so the way to make it sexy is to claim that this is basically the end of democracy, right? So there's been some of that kind of hyperbole, but also I think a little bit of underreporting on the more extensive threat to democracy that this kind of uncertainty causes. So when we keep talking about uncertainty and chaos, right? what happens is that the more people believe that elections are not stable, right? That there are different rules for every election, even if we have different rules in the same state for a federal election and state election, that undermines public confidence in elections, which is a serious threat to democracy. And I don't think there's been enough reporting on how the idea that we have all of this litigation and all of this change in the way that we conduct elections is itself something to be reported on. That to me is something that's gotten lost in the kind of minutia of the case. Is the bigger question of, okay, if we have the Supreme Court deciding multiple election cases every year that have major implications on the way that elections in the United States are conducted, no one understands who and why certain things are happening. More and more people begin to feel that elections in the United States have no sense of stability and no sense of predictability. And that is very difficult for a complex multiracial democracy like the one that we have in this country.
Michael, last word.
Yeah, it's hard to add to that. I think everyone really covered the main points. I think I would drive home the fact that this is such a sort of while basic, kind of an esoteric argument about how our Constitution should work. It's so antithetical to how our government has worked that I think it's hard for the media to actually describe it in a way that people, it's really going to sink in what the implications are. And I think it's, you can't understate just, how difficult it already is for the media to try to communicate this kind of issue to the general public in a way that's really digestible and they understand how it impacts their, life directly. I think, for most people, even if they are paying attention to this, if they're not the most highly politically engaged and media engaged viewers, it sounds kind of distant from them, right? This is a battle over, yes, politics and who has the power to make what rules, but how does that really impact me, I think is such a second and third level part of that coverage that it's hard for, I think, the public to understand how it impacts them.
Got it. On that very cheery note, I really want to thank all four of our panelists, Ben, Karen, Danielle, Michael, for joining me. Thank you for sticking around. Save the best panel for last. And before we wrap up, I'm going to turn it over to Rachel to say some last words.
Thanks, guys. This is purely administrative. I know I'm standing between the elections community and happy hour, which is a very dangerous place to be. So thank you all so much. You guys stuck around, made it through the whole day. Really appreciate it. I really want to thank the election officials who were present today. I know you've had a long year. Karen Brinson-Bell from North Carolina, Judd Choate from Colorado, Natalie Adona from Nevada County, California. I saw there was some Twitter discourse on this. Seth Bluestein from Philadelphia, Monica Holman-Evans from DC, and Tammy Smith from Tennessee. Thank you all so much for being here and for everything you've done for our democracy. Please don't forget to rest, everyone, before next year. We really appreciate you being here. If you were an academic presenter at our poster session and you want to keep your poster, they're downstairs at the registration desk. I hope everyone enjoys their time in DC. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time, 2024.